All right, good afternoon. Thank you so much for everybody that was able to make the trek out in the middle of the day, although we are extremely thankful for beautiful Florida sunshine weather. So we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. We're going to start off as we do every meeting before we get started, and then I'll kind of go over the course of the meeting. If everybody will join us in a word of prayer, we're going to rise. We're honored to have Pastor Fred Rogers with us here today. And then afterwards, we'll ask Commissioner Salter to lead us in the pledge.
Shall we pray? Our Father, we come this afternoon to you. Lord, my mind goes to the old spiritual, says, not my brother nor my sister, but it's me, O Lord, standing in the need of prayer. Lord, I'd place each member of this committee today in that position that, Lord, we need you. Just like Elisha needed a double portion of Elijah's anointing, we need a special touch, Lord, and because the future of our county, the future of our students, Lord, our whole future is dependent upon, Lord, some decisions that can be made today. And Lord, we need you. We need your wisdom, the wisdom of Solomon. Lord, you've promised us, if any man lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not, and you will give. And Lord, so we ask for that special wisdom today. Just be with this committee today and help them, Lord, to be able to solve the problems that are before us. And we'll thank you in the wonderful name of your Son, Jesus. Amen. Amen. Please join me in the pledge of our nation's flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. First, just a couple things. I'd be remiss not only to say, obviously, thank you to everyone that made it today, but also thank you so much. This is the second opportunity I've had. It is great to see we were able to have 100% attendance, where we can have a joint meeting between two so instrumental boards that affect and mold the future of our county. So we absolutely appreciate our school board members and our superintendent and assistant superintendent being here with us today. A couple things, and then we're going to go to Dan to sort of lay out the purpose of the meeting, just so everybody's on the same page. As we go through, we're going to have some presentations by the county. That'll be led by our county administrator, and then the school superintendent, Mr. Rosdick, is going to give a presentation. There's no action items on the agenda today. These are really to help us focus on where the county is moving and some of our opportunities with growth, as well as some of the challenges that both the county and the school board are facing. And so that way we can have a joint meeting among the two boards, and then after we have the presentations, we'll have the opportunity to hold the questions to the end, and then we'll have public forum at the end, and we can try to address any questions if they're not addressed in one of the two presentations. And just for my fellow board members, as well as the school board, since we do have a lot of folks, so that we don't step on each other, if the appropriate time comes to ask a question or a comment, if you'll just hit the speak button on the monitor in front of you, I'll be able to see it, and if you'll give me a second to recognize, and just that way, this is going to be a bit more to wrangle than just the normal five of us, but I'm excited to go through it. So again, thank you for being here, and now I'll turn it over to the county administrator, Dan, so that he can kind of lay out the meeting and the next step.
Well, just a brief overview. Mr. Rosdick and I talked early last month. It had been a little bit over a year since these two bodies had met in this forum, and the school board had undertaken a study, and we thought at that point it was a good time to get these two boards together to discuss the results of that study, the action that the school board took several weeks ago, and to review what that means. Obviously, the school district and the county deal with a lot of similar problems. With the growth we've seen, we've been fortunate to see here in Santa Rosa County. It challenges our infrastructure on the county side. It challenges capacity at our schools. And so we thought this would be a good forum to discuss some of those things. I've asked Sean Ward, our planning and zoning director, to lead the meeting off, talking about our comprehensive plan and rezoning and how the Board of County Commissioners manages growth in the county now. And then we'll turn it over to the school district, the superintendent, and his board members and some of his staff to discuss some of the specifics and the way they see it impacting them. And then we'll talk about next steps and a way forward. So, Mr. Rosdick, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity as well, and my thanks as well to the Board of County Commissioners for hosting this meeting. It takes a lot of work to put this together, and to do it is a feat, so I appreciate you spending the time doing it and putting together. Our board is excited about having our this is so important, third opportunity to sit and fellowship with you. This, of course, the third meeting is really centered around how do we manage growth over the next few years? How do we work together? And as I have experienced over the past month and a half, and speaking with most of you, is we have so many things that are so much alike rather than different, and I think working together really gives us an opportunity to celebrate those commonalities and also work together on making sure we provide a high-quality education and a wonderful county to live in. So appreciate the opportunity of sharing. And as we are now, our board has passed, of course, a resolution to impose an impact fee. That's, of course, will be coming to you later on in June. And we'll just hope to build some knowledge and capacity of that knowledge as we move toward that decision. So appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Sean, if we could cue up Sean's presentation here, and we'll let Sean walk us through a few brief slides talking about the growth management and comprehensive planning and zoning here in Santa Rosa County.
Good afternoon, board members. So as Mr. Shevler said, my name is Sean Ward. I'm the Planning and Zoning Director for Santa Rosa County. One of the things I wanted to walk through today is kind of a little bit about our planning and zoning process when it requires growth and development in Santa Rosa County. So in Santa Rosa County, we have two documents that we utilize, which is the comprehensive plan and our land development code. Our comprehensive plan is mandated by Florida statutes. It's chapter 163. It talks about the Planning and Land Development Act. It was originally adopted in Santa Rosa County in the 1990s and amended periodically, allowed by statute. And then it was updated again, latest was in 2017. And per Florida statutes, we're required to update that every 7 years. So our comprehensive plan, it also identifies our future land use map. It's built up of 9 or 8 different chapters. And most importantly, working with the school district, it intertwines with the intergovernmental coordination that we have within the comprehensive plan. Then our land development code, it's also mandated by chapters 163. And the land development code is really your more into the weeds, per se, regarding growth and development regulations. It's things such as your zoning, your setbacks, your natural environment, stormwater management, and the parking. And there's actually 12 articles within the land development code. So again, the comprehensive plan is really a 30,000 foot perspective. It's broad, it's 10 to 20 years. It looks at interrelationships to land use, transportation, utilities, and recreation. And it requires state agencies to review, to amend. So if we make any changes to our comprehensive plan, we're required to submit that to the state, where it's reviewed by about 10 to 12 different state agencies. And then the local land development code is actually reviewed by the Board of County Commissioners, and it can be amended by going through the zoning board and then to the board. So take a little bit look at school coordination history. In 2002, state legislation required the establishment of an interlocal agreement between the school board, the county, and municipalities. And our latest development for the interlocal agreement was signed in 2012. Then the public schools facilities element was signed into the law in June of 2005. That was a part of Senate Bill 360. And it required certain infrastructure concurrency, basically for sanitary sewer, solid waste drainage, parks, recreation, transportation, and schools as well. Then moving into June of 2011, H. Bill 7207 actually removed the requirement for school, transportation, and parks concurrency. So as of current, it is not a requirement by state statutes. And then through our comprehensive plan evaluation report in 2017, we removed the public schools facilities element, since it was no longer required per state statutes, and redistributed some of that language to the interlocal government. And then your Florida Statutes 163.31 regulates concurrency within the county, and then 163.31 is the requirements for the public schools interlocal agreement. So in Santa Rosa County, we're required by state statutes to have a zoning board, and it was created in '81. Pretty much with the comprehensive plan, they monitor and oversee the effectiveness of it. They're kind of the foundation and the recommendation board, so anything that goes to the zoning board for land use requirements or comprehensive plan amendments then proceeds to the Board of County Commissioners. And then for our land development code, they recommend changes to the BOCC, and they grant variances and special exceptions. So as part of our school coordination per state statutes, the school board does have a non-voting member on the local planning board, and that's Mr. Joey Harrell. And then again, we're also required to have that interlocal agreement for public school facilities planning. So comp plan amendments, a lot of times people drive up and down the roads, they see the yellow signs, the orange signs on the side of the road. I'm sure you're hearing it from your constituents about changes in growth. So how does that happen? Basically, the majority of these are citizen initiated. These are where property owners come forth, have a parcel of land or property, and they want to rezone that or change it. And then, of course, we have county-sponsored amendments. We've done this recently down in Navarre, where we actually changed an area and rezoned or redistricted some of that. And then some of the other things are text amendments, which are commissioner or staff initiated for trends or area plans, zoning board requests, and then, of course, public requests. So levels of service. I talked about school concurrency, which eliminated the requirement for school concurrency. But as part of our interlocal agreement that we have with the Santa Rosa County School District, it sets forth for elementary school, which is 105%, middle 105%, and then combined junior high is 90%. So when we have a large-scale amendment, okay, so basically anything that requires a rezoning over 10 acres in size or a density of 10 acres or greater, or 10 units or greater, we basically are required to obtain a letter of acknowledgement from Santa Rosa County School District. Okay, so what we do is we basically put together a little brief, we send that to the school district, and we find out whether or not they have exceeded capacity for any of these proposed developments. As of to date, Santa Rosa County School Board has not provided a school impact analysis for residential developments that did not have capacity. Okay, so for instance, last Thursday night, we had a rezoning land use request, and we have a letter from the Santa Rosa County School District stating that capacity is there and that we have not exceeded capacity within those school zones. Further, large-scale amendments are then provided to the state of Florida for the Department of Education to review. So we have been pinged once or twice where we transmitted an ordinance to the state. They reviewed it, said we did not provide a student station breakout or breakdown, and they sent it back to us so we could obtain that information. So again, looking at large scales and levels of service, it's basically future developments subject to a large-scale plan amendment will be allowed to mitigate public school impacts necessitated. And that's identified in the interlocal agreement that we have on hand. So if no capacity is affected by the concurrency area, basically you can do a proportionate fair share mitigation with the developer. As of current, like I said, we have not reached that point yet per the school district's analysis. Acceptable mitigation will include payment for land acquisition, construction for a public facility, donation of land, or it can be a point of the calculating the multipliers of the student stations that's over capacity. A developer or someone can go in and pay for that amount basically to bring that up to par for the student stations. So taking a look at growth and development trends in Santa Rosa County. Okay, so we signed this interlocal in 2002 with the school district, and basically from 2002 to 2015, Santa Rosa County provided growth and development trend reports to the Santa Rosa County School District. Okay, so we provided that to them. Beginning in 2015, the school district acquired a planning consultant, and then we started providing the actual data itself so that you could run your own data analysis And that's just a date of the references. It was generally about twice a year that we provide that information to the school district so that they're aware of what's going on. Something that Santa Rosa County has that we have what we call map stories. It's a GIS-based database online. You can go to the county's website, punch in development approved, and it'll pull up these map stories, and it's for residential or for commercial development, so you can take a look and see what's processed and what's been approved for development in Santa Rosa County. One of the things I wanted to add was our constrained areas map. So we see a lot of growth and development, and obviously in District 1, in the Pace Pea Ridge area, and in the south end in Districts 4 and 5. So on the screen, you'll see the constrained areas map for Santa Rosa County. Pretty much the entire, get a pointer here. The entire eastern portion of Santa Rosa County is either state forest, Eglin Air Force Base, or we have buffer mitigation areas around Hollyfield in the south end. The blue areas that you see on the screen are the outline landing fields for the military, for the Navy. So we have buffers around those to decrease any type of growth and development. In the Garcon Point area, we actually have a Garcon Point Rural Protection Area, or a Garcon Point Protection Area. That's based on the wetlands and such down in that area and the lack of infrastructure. On the west side of Santa Rosa County, we have pretty much our water mitigation, water management districts as such. And then from the Allentown community north is pretty much designed under our rural development plan for protection of those rural areas up there for farmlands. And with that, again, my contact information is there, and I'll be able to provide any information or any contact or anything that may be available. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Thank you, Sean. All right, we're now going to turn it over to Mr. Rosdick, and he's going to give us a presentation from the school board. I've had to say this one other time. I'm gonna tell you, like Pastor Rogers has probably told his congregation many times, if you have trouble hearing, we got seats in these front few rows. I'm gonna ask you to move forward. The acoustics, the building wasn't designed for the chambers, but we repurposed it tried to be as good stewards. So if you have trouble hearing, I'm just gonna need you to fill in on these front rows, and just like every good preacher, we like to see these front rows full. So that's the best I can do for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you this afternoon. Won't dive into a detailed breakdown of Mr. Ward's presentation, but I appreciate it. I've seen that presentation a couple of times. I will narrate to you that and echo that we are a non-voting member on that committee. We have voiced the issues over and over again on that committee that approval of a particular development will, of course, not create a capacity in one single school, but the accumulated effect of all of those approvals is why we're here today. We're in our third joint session. Past 4 years, we've sat with you and said, we can't keep up. I don't think anyone would ever say that we haven't notified the public, and certainly ourselves, that we are having difficulty maintaining school sites commensurate with the exponential growth. Secondly, thirdly, the process by which we validate and provide input is narrated such that it really doesn't provide the power for us to say we will stop this subdivision, we will stop this approval. So I'm not saying the process is wrong, it is what it is, we just need to work through it and work around it. Just want to make those editorial comments. I appreciate the opportunity of sharing with you today. I'll run through some slides and then I'll ask Mr. Harrell to do the same, and then we'll conclude with the presentation. You have a packet of information that we tried to put together for you, and it's a resource for us as we go through the next few minutes. My role here today is really to petition this board for help, and I'll be as clear with that as I can. I discovered last night, that I'm going to be a grandfather. I'll celebrate that. And I'm here today for that child and the other 30,000 that will graduate between now and then. And I'm here today because I want to make sure that we provide a high-quality school system and a high-quality neighborhood. And I'm here very clearly to make sure that I protect the right of those students to have a high-quality education. As we continue to deal with growth, this will be a large topic and a large endeavor as we go through. Is this working, or am I doing the arrows? There we go. All right. I start off with a thought, and as a community, we certainly can engage in looking at this objectively. There is no power for change greater than a community discovering what it cares about. And we have so much in common, the Board of County Commissioners and the school board. And as I have visited with many of you, and I have visited with those individuals that you serve, I'm absolutely sure that we have more in common than we have different. I've had the privilege, and I mean privilege, of visiting with 4 of you, and those conversations were monumentally important. I will tell you, I learned so much from those conversations. I have to stop and celebrate you and your job and your role. It's tough. It's really hard. I'll allude to that on down into the presentation. I also want to celebrate Dan. He has been nothing more than extraordinary in providing us insight and opportunities to provide input for us. So thank you for that. I will address a lot of those questions that I know you have, and as we articulated some of those questions during our conversations, we've tried to put them into the PowerPoint, and also we followed up with some additional slides to make sure that we address some of your questions, and we'll be glad to answer any more toward the end. And I'll start off with what's important with our community, and I'm affirmed that K-12 education is. I drew a couple of resources. This is, of course, a 5-year strategic blueprint for economic development. It was published and commissioned for you, presented February 28, 2018. It is evident by the resource here that citizenry and county leaders of Santa Rosa County value public education. They consider it as a main resource, and it remains one of the largest reasons why people move to Santa Rosa County. That study, of course, was part of your strategic planning, and married with it, of course, is the Competitive Realities Report for Santa Rosa County, published January in 2018. In this study, you see additional evidence and education is a vital reason for our quality of life. When asked what Santa Rosa County key assets are in attracting business and talent, both focus groups participated. Thank you. Both focus groups participated, and participants and survey respondents overwhelmingly pointed to a strong K-12 system in the county. It is evidence that is a powerful reason why people come to Santa Rosa County and why people stay in Santa Rosa County. The teacher in me asked us to start with a few objectives. And I will just start. I've developed these based upon my conversation with you, and conversations with our public, and of course conversations with our board. First, we want you to understand the need for impact fees is driven by this exponential growth, and as important, the restricted revenue that we have and the restricted revenue we see coming over the next 5 or 10 years. Second, understand these revenue sources that are available to Santa Rosa County to build and maintain schools. Just want to do a little short dive into those and talk about them and how we use them to maintain capacity. And then thirdly, I understand how we use all of these resources to manage that growth and how we see those resources as being limited over the next few years. And number 4 is so important to us. We want you to understand and help us validate how we've used those resources appropriately and wisely, and I think in our presentation you will see that we have. And then lastly, understand the growth will outpace our resources for creating that environment that we know has drawn people to Santa Rosa County, and we know absolutely keeps them here as well. So at the end of the day, those are the 5 things that we want to try to articulate to you, and certainly make certain that make it important as we roll through it. This slide really depicts our toolbox. It depicts those resources that we have, and I will narrate to you that these resources, ad valorem taxes, capital outlay taxes, PICO dollars or public education capital outlay, and then bonds or certificate of participation, and lastly the half-cent sales tax are our tools. Many of these have been limited by the state through legislation. And in conversation, especially with many of you, and especially Mr. Lynch, he took a lot of time sharing with me how you have been impacted the same way. There are mechanisms there that limit your revenue and limit our revenue. And again, we are much more alike than we are different. First is ad valorem tax. I'll try to read to you, but I think you know what this is. But for the sake of the public that's behind me and those who are watching, I think it's important to articulate how and what this is. It's a tax set by millage rate and used in our annual budget. Millage rate is set by the Department of Education, commensurate with the property appraiser's evaluation of property. I really emphasize the next sentence. These dollars are used to employ teachers, and we don't use them for capital projects. And the effect of an impact fee for and on our teaching population would be evidenced in quality classrooms that are not overcrowded. The two funds don't marry and mix. Just wanted to make that point. As we build new schools, of course, we rearrange student location. That's called rezoning. We do that often, 5 times, I believe, over the past 6 years. And we make certain that as student enrollment increases, our ability to add additional teachers does, because those funds help generate the revenue to cover the cost of hiring high-quality teachers. Ad valorem taxes support us in adding that. If we build schools, we will have and should have the resources to hire teachers to accommodate those classrooms. Next is capital outlay millage. The millage set established by the legislature used for capital projects. Ours is set at 1.4, and it was set at 1.4 some 19 years ago. Hasn't been raised since. Superintendent Russell said to the citizens of Santa Rosa County, if you approve this half-cent sales tax, we won't raise the millage, and he kept his promise. Superintendent Rogers kept his promise, and Superintendent Rosdick and this board behind me or with me has kept that promise as well. An important note, and that bullet there is so important, about 5.9% of these funds are available for new school construction based on the current 5-year work plan, and that is so important. You'll hear that term over and over again, just as you are required to demonstrate to the state your capacity for growth with those approval of your plan, so are we. And if it's in that 5-year work plan, then there are dollars available to us to purchase and to build them, but they have become limited and are actually going away. I wanted to share that with you because those are important components of who we are. Next is our COPS or bond program. Borrowing money to build schools is never a great idea. You understand that. You've had to do it. It's not the wisest use of taxpayer dollars, but we do it because we have very little resources in which to build a school. Our current COPS project for Elkhart will probably add up to $15 million of interest over a 25-year loan. I think you would agree with me, that's not the best use of taxpayer dollars. Our current debt service is so complicated to understand, but I know you're wise men and you'll grab hold of this faster than I. It's approaching $33 million. Upon approval of the COPS associated with a new school in Navarre, that debt will rise to about $65 million. I've used the word about and near. We haven't closed on that loan. It changes daily. It changed today. The value of our rating relative to securing those loans changed today. So I expect that when we go to closing, we will have to pay more in interest because of that debt service. Our borrowing capacity is a ratio determined between capital millage collections versus our yearly payment for debt service. It has been one of the ways that we've been able to keep up with growth. It is now eliminating itself. School districts' borrowing capacity and capability is limited by state statute, obviously, and it makes sense that it does. And the state wants limits on how much you borrow because they don't want you in financial jeopardy. And we're reaching the ceiling of that. And we feel over the next couple 5 years, we will approach the limit of our borrowing capability. With Elkhart, that's the school we're calling it now. It won't be called that, I'm sure. We'll name it differently once we build it. It's off of 399 in Navarre. our ability to borrow any more money is limited to, and I'm going to insert the word about, one additional school. That is really commensurate with the loan and the cost of that loan as we move forward. And as you see, we're going to need at least 3 new schools over the next 10 years. Below is a list of individual schools that we have built and are building for use of COPS loan as well. I think there might be some misunderstanding about our borrowing capacity, and I think that information will help to explain. I wanted just to share with you it changes daily in this world of finance, and I really want you to kind of understand that as we speak and matriculating through the work with Elkhart, it is a work in progress. So I wanted to stop just a minute and introduce Joey Harrell. He's going to come and share with you, even as we shared over the past month, things have changed relative to that COPS project. So I'm going to ask him to step up and do that. Ready? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Board. One of the things Mr. Rosnick has asked me to speak about is how the certificates of participation, the bonding issue, and the requirements that fall under that, and how we are limited based on a calculation that we receive from the state. You'll hear me go back over this a couple of times, but the key words that you will hear are cost per student station. There is a cost per student station for different levels of schools. So an elementary cost per student station is differing from a middle school, is differing from a high school. The certificates of participation that we are seeking at this point in time is around $30 to $32 million. And there are reasons why it exceeds a little over the current cost per student station that the Department of Education has listed in our 5-year survey, which they had to approve. The amount that they have approved at this time is some $30,200,000. There are certain items that you can pull out of that cost per student station that will not go against you. Items like hurricane hardening, security type soft issues that you can put into your facility that can't exceed 2% of the cost of the project. So when I say that, that's the reason you hear me say 30 million as a cost per student station, but it could be up to as much as 32 million that we could actually borrow. The phase 3 documents that will be presented to the board on Thursday night show a cost of that building being around $38 million. So clearly we have exceeded what the state will allow us to build and to borrow. And why that is so important is this. Legally, it doesn't matter what funds we utilize to pay back our indebtedness. If it is over the cost per student station, we are in violation of the statute. We cannot pay it back. It doesn't matter if it's the local option sales tax. It doesn't matter if it were impact fees. Anything that's generated locally, if we exceed the cost per student station, which has been set, then we are in violation of the statute. Now, let me go for the good news, the rest of the story. The superintendent and I, along with several other school districts, have petitioned the legislature saying this is not keeping up with the demand and the cost of construction that we are seeing statewide. You can only look to Panama City to see, as that hurricane has hit and caused a lot of damage, what's happened to the cost of construction. It has began to go up and go up and go up. So that cost per student station, quite frankly, is a difficult level even before the hurricanes hit. So we petitioned the legislature, and at this point in time, there is a piece of legislation that is sitting on the governor's desk that we are hopeful will be signed. And what it says is this: while you still have to stick to the cost per student station, if you have dollars to cover the overage, and there are specific dollars that you can utilize to make up that overage, those would be local option sales tax dollars and impact fees, then you can make up that overage borrow what you need for the cost per student station, and you are not in violation of the statute. That is what we are doing right now. We have set aside some $7 million in local option sales tax to compensate, to take care of that overage so that we can build the entire school. Keep in mind, you've probably seen, and I've heard as parents come and they talk in our board meeting, why are you going to build a school that does not have a media center? Why are you going to build a school that does not have a kitchen cafeteria? All of those types of things, those are listed as ad alternates on our bid package that we're going out to right now, because this piece of legislation still has to be signed. If it doesn't, we have to meet the cost per student station. And those areas which do not generate student stations, and they don't have a dollar figure attached to them, they've got to be removed at this point in time. And we come back at a later date and build those parts of the facilities, which will then cost our taxpayers an additional $2 to $3 million on top, because we will then have to come back and remobilize a contractor to come out and start building that in phases. I know that's a lot, but those are the areas that we are juggling, that we are working within. And I am very thankful that if this piece of legislation comes through, we have at least been good stewards over the dollars that we have collected. And we have the local option sales tax to cover that. Let me be clear. There are a couple of different funding mechanisms that would allow us to pay for the overage. The 1.4 mills would not be permitted to be used. Only those locally adopted, generated funds that the state considers local funds could be used to make up the overage. Any questions before I sit back down? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. We began building Elkharts almost 5 years ago, and you are certainly familiar with the restrictions and mechanisms by which slow down the process of building. We have yet to put a shovel in the ground. Mr. Harrell and I met directly with the Commissioner of Education and petitioned for relief and approval to put that school in our 5-year plan. It was nearly 9 months later that she gave that approval. That's a long time. That's a long time for students to be sitting in an overcrowded classrooms. I'll share with you as well that we have PICO dollars. PICO dollars, this is an interesting story. You have experienced some of this as well due to legislative action. Just start at the top. PICO new construction does not even exist anymore. In 2008-9, Superintendent Rogers had $3 million plus in which to use for new construction. From 909 to today, it is absolutely zero, none. Of course, we're in the middle of the recession, but even in the middle of the recession, we were growing. And so we began to adapt in our 5-year plan and build out our 5-year plan that had been approved, to make sure that we accommodated as much growth as possible that could be in that was approved in that 5-year plan. PICO is maintenance dollars. It helps us repair air conditioners. It helps us put roofs on. It helps us put up pencil sharpeners and all those things that are necessary. Just looking at the history, you can see from 10-11, in the midst of the recession, those dollars fell off to zero. They began to build back up. But in 1920, due to legislative action, all of those dollars have been removed and sent to charter schools. We're back to zero. The half-cent sales tax dollars, without those dollars, we literally would not be able to put roofs on our schools. Other districts without those dollars are certainly there as well. And then lastly is our half-cent sales tax. Let's take a look at these bullet by bullet. Those expenditures have exceeded over $85 million through its history. Projects, and as you do the math, and I know you will, you'll understand that some projects carry forward from 06-07 are included in that stated amount. We just didn't know how to differentiate that appropriately, so we wanted to bullet that and make sure you're aware of it. I think it's also important for you to see how we've used those dollars. There's an addendum in your packet labeled 1/2 cent sales tax projects. We put this together. It is not a document that we keep readily. We hope that you take a look at it. You will see some commonalities. Every community has been affected by those dollars. We've been able to build capacity at almost every school. However, One of the conundrums of this issue is that we now have campuses that I can't add another classroom to. Oriole Beach Elementary being one, Dixon Primary being another, and many campuses are running into that as we speak, hence why we have to, of course, consider building more school sites. Bullet 4 is so important. By audit and by board approval, all of those half-cent sales tax funds are accounted for and spent exactly as the voters have approved them and in accordance with what our board has directed. We'll get to that a little bit later on in just a minute. Half-cent sales tax supplements and replaces in some years those PICO dollars. You will see that this next year. And then we are in our third year cycle that the voters have said you can have these, and we're just very appreciative of them. And because the legislature has removed all those PICO dollars, we certainly will rely on them heavily. I wanted to really make sure that you understand we've held these accountable. There's been a great deal of accountability, not just with our board reviewing every project, but we also have independent auditors that come in and take a look at it just as you do. And I applaud that. That's important. I'm not afraid of that accountability. As a matter of fact, I beg for it because it keeps us in line with what we need to do with the mission of these dollars. I pulled this here's the entire report. You're welcome to read it. I wasn't going to kill trees to print you a copy, but it was a financial statement of an independent audit performed by Carrig CPAs. Those are some notes and bullet points from that audit report. I'll just read them aloud. The auditor's report expresses an unmodified opinion on the basic financial statements of Santa Rosa County Board. No significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. No instances of noncompliance. And the Santa Rosa County District School Board was determined to be a low-risk auditee. I've never seen a no-risk auditee ever being mentioned anywhere. All of the aforementioned funds that we've talked about, including the half-cent sales tax, had been audited and audited multiple times. And that review of the half-cent sales tax, I think, is really important. Our community gave us those dollars. We have used those expeditiously to target student growth and school growth. They are audited also by an independent accounting firm, as well you can see that. It's audited every third year by the Auditor General. In 19 years of review, they haven't found one mishap, not any findings. And of course, the financial statement ending in 2018 ended up with a clean audit. We're proud of that, and we work diligently because the dollars given to us by the public are important. They place a lot of faith in us to spend them correctly and wisely, and we have done exactly as they were intended to be done. So I also get this from time to time. There's got to be a better way. My friend Malcolm Thomas over in Escambia County, a great man, great peer, and a great mentor of mine. We don't look the same. We aren't the same. If you know him, he's short, has great hair, all right? It's still brown. I don't understand that after the job, but it still is. And I'm a little taller than he, and, well, you see my hair. But Escambia County and Santa Rosa County, we don't look the same. We're different. Here's their collections. You see some bullet points there. Their half-cent sales tax generates about $20 million. We get about $9 million. They can build 2 schools to our 1. They're a declining school district. They don't need as many schools, and so they look differently. We're just different than Escambia County. So I want to bring to close my portion in the next couple of slides and then ask Mr. Harrell to come back up. And this is kind of a look in the next 5 years. At least 2 new schools projected of about $70 million in today's dollars. And if we get ready to build that high school, you'll see it be about $80 million. That will, without a doubt, put us at the ceiling of our borrowing capability. You can see at the bullet at the bottom and the second bullet at the top are the same, 11.3 million generated available dollars. We're going to need over 100 million over the next few years. I'll share with you the known capital needs are extending past our ability to borrow and to be able to use the funds that we have in order to pay for those schools. I was asked this question during our conversation: what would it look like without impact fees? It's going to be tough. It's kind of like, what would it look like without, and I support the half-cent sales tax that you're working together to get. I think it's the wisest decision for us right now as a county moving forward. But what would it look like without impact fees? Very clearly, what other districts, school districts are having to do right now Can you imagine a double session high school? A school that starts at 7 and ends at 1 and starts at 2 and ends at 7. So that's what's happening to school districts that haven't looked ahead and years ago did not address the fact of school capacity. Rezoning is what we do almost yearly now, and it's going to continue. And it is very uncomfortable to tell moms and dads, we have to put your child in a different school. We just finished another rezoning. You'll see overcrowded classrooms and an unaffordable expense of team teaching in every classroom. That's where we have a larger classroom. We put more students in that classroom, and we put another teacher in it to make certain that we satisfy the class size amendment ratios as we go through. That's a kind of a snapshot of what it would look like without impact fees. It's not pretty. It just really is. We don't want to face that, and we see a better path moving forward. I'll close with this and then come back a little later after Mr. Bowles gives his presentation. We just want you to understand we are here to seek your help, and I believe that you can help us out. The next few slides, as Mr. Harrell has started to articulate, this data can be very confusing. It's a snapshot in many ways, kind of like the approval of a rezoning on your behalf. It's a snapshot in time and a snapshot in a place, but the overall accumulated effect really does have a disadvantage, create a disadvantage for us. And so I think you'll see some of the data that you looked on down the road as part of that. Mr. Harrell?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You need this piece here?
No, all right, good. Well, thank you again. Oh, get out of Mr. Rosa's way.
Go ahead, Mr. Harrell.
Yes, sir. Show you a picture of a school. There'll be some parents, if they're watching this online or if they're in the audience at this time, they may be upset that that's not their child's school. This actually is Dixon Primary School that you are aware of, that is on Highway 90. This is not unlike several of the schools that we have in Santa Rosa County School District. I don't know if you can notice, I'm not sure if this is a pointer or not. I'm going to try. Yeah. There we go. Right down there at the bottom where that's shaking across there, those white tops. That's 2 portables that we put in this past summer to handle the capacity increase at Dixon Primary School. I think you can look there. I actually went to elementary school there years ago. The playground is on the other side. You go under the underpass and you see part of the track. We added 2 portables there. To the far right, there are a couple of other portables that have been on campus for before I even came into my position. We've built that facility out. We've built the facility out at Oriole Beach Elementary School. That's what necessitated us doing a rezoning. These students now, several of these 100+ students that would be going there and that would be going to Dixon Intermediate School, now will be going to Pea Ridge Elementary School just down the road to the east. Just to let you know, for your benefit, if you're a PACE person, if you know where I'm talking about, just right about where Mr. Hinote's head is, that's Florida Town. We're looking north. This is south to Florida Town. That's where those children came from. They live across the street from the school. And they now go to Pea Ridge. I understand that. That's what we've had to do. That's the way the system is set up. And I'll get to that in just a moment. But what I do want to go back is I appreciate what Sean had to say, and he's absolutely correct. Everything he said was 100% true. You haven't seen a denial letter from the Santa Rosa County School District based on capacity. One of those reasons is that you saw that 105% number. It's there because we have to get to that uncomfortable level that we're getting at now so that we have students at some point in time to move into the new facilities. That's the way the system is built. I know it sounds crazy, but that is what we fall under. So we've got to exceed so that we can then build. That's number one. The other piece of that we have to look at is there are educational service areas 1, 2, and 3 that go across the school district. They go across the county. I'll just take educational service area 2. That runs all the way across the county from the west side all the way over to the Okaloosa County border. It basically encompasses the schools of Dixon Primary, Dixon Intermediate School, Sims Middle School, Avalon Middle School, Russell, but then let's move out. Let's go to Baghdad, let's go to East Milton Elementary School, let's go to Hobbs Middle School, let's go to King Middle School, and let's look at Milton High School. If there is capacity available within that service area, I have no way, no recourse, the district, let me say it that way, the district has no recourse to say, we can't approve this. Because there is capacity because of what we've just talked about in rezonings. Rezonings are not popular, but it is to fill the available seats. And to a large degree, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to a family, but it makes sense on a business platform, doesn't it? Because then you're filling up spaces and you're not just building and spending taxpayer dollars. But when you're looking across the board, you're doing the same thing on the south end and you're doing the same thing in the north end. And we have to look at that service area independently and then make those decisions. That's where that decision comes from. We have 37 facilities in Santa Rosa County School District. We have over 4 million square feet under roof. 4 million. The mantra that I was just talking about is the one that I have to smile at. We know the saying, when we build it, they will come. That's not the mantra of education. It's when they come, you can build it. So it's in reverse. So you feel the pain before you can build. It's not sleeping behind the wheel, as I've heard. I want to talk about actual enrollment versus FTE, which is full-time equivalents, versus capital outlay FTE. Those are three entirely different sets of numbers. We have a current enrollment in Santa Rosa County as of last week of 28,267 warm bodies throughout the school district. We have 31,749 student stations. That includes portables. That also includes space that's available in some of our rural areas of schools. But the Department of Education looks at total student stations. They don't look at Dixon Primary School because rezoning is a real possibility. So the current FTE, I got with Mr. Emerson, and he deals with that side, and he told me, yep, right now what we're being funded for is 27,935 students, and that's updated quarterly. So if that number reduces, they reduce our funding. That's a different side, but I wanted you to understand FTE. But you see right there, that's FTE. That FTE is still less than the warm bodies that we're drawing. That's to help pay for salaries and others. Then we get to COFTE. The capital outlay FTE that I'm currently operating under this survey, Mr. Rosdick alluded to it. There are two types of surveys that we have on the capital outlay side. One is a 5-year facility survey by statute. It has to be opened, board approved, and Department of Education approved every 5 years by statute. We can do spot surveys. I've done several of those this year already that the board has approved. But that COFTE number, 26,732, was given to us for the year ending of 2017. Those of you that are math or physics majors will kind of link into this one. I can't create COFTE and I can't destroy it. Once it's entered into the survey, that is the number that drove the survey, and that's what drives construction. You already see the number is 2,000 less than warm bodies that we have. So if that number drives construction, what does that tell us about new construction? You can't do it. It doesn't factor into the formula. So that's where we battle, and that's where we go to work. So what does that COFTE look like? And I'm going to ask Mr. Emerson to hand you this, and I apologize because I should have put it in your packet. And I'll give you an opportunity because I think it's important. And I'll show you how, and I want to explain, if I can, how the COFTE is generated and how it works, and then what those numbers look like. I highlighted several different parts of the sheet that you've got that you're looking at, but if you'll look up at the top right-hand corner, just for your benefit, there's a date on there of 12 October 2006. This was the final survey report that my predecessor, Steve Ratliff, finished in 2006. So it was starting 2006 and would end in 2011. Let's take a look at that real quick, the history that I've highlighted. 24,232.36 COFTE was what was in that survey prior. The survey that Mr. Ratliff had approved, that was DOE approved that year, is 26,889. Now let's just for a second, we can look back up here. I'm at 26,732. I'm 157, I believe, 150 less COFTE by state 10 years later when I opened this up in 2017. And I'm going to explain why that happens. If you look at the analysis of the change, the very bottom number, you can see what he was able to enjoy was a 2,656.64 COFTE increase from what he had left the day that the survey ended, and on July 1, this is what picked up. I just think it's very important to see what number we were dealing with in 2006, starting a 2007 survey, and what we're dealing with in 2017. 150 less. I don't think anyone in here would say we have 150 less students in Santa Rosa County. And I don't say that that's what we're dealing with, though. That drives construction. Now let's go back and let's try to make sense of what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here, what was going on prior to 2006, and then what happened in the middle, and then what happened in 2012 when I opened up the new survey. Well, we were building robustly. We were building schools. We were moving forward. COFTE lags generally 3 years, and then through that 3 years, they're looking at projecting out 10 years of COFTE, if that makes sense. So what had happened, we had a robust building time, we had what we're dealing with now, so it drove COFTE at a very sharp curve, so we received a lot more COFTE because it was expected, based on the models, that that's what would continue to happen. Hit 2009. Recession. Everything starts tanking. 2008, 2009. 3 years later, I'm opening up a new survey. What happens with COFTE? It was like 2,000 below this. So that stopped, in effect, it stopped our ability to build new classrooms. But we didn't stop building classrooms, because if you look at your data, and if I also showed you some millage, we still had some survey recommended items under the old survey that were still valid, so we built using millage money. The caveat is this: you cannot build a non-survey recommended 4-classroom addition, cafeteria, anything, unless you use local option sales tax dollars. You cannot use millage money if it's not survey recommended. It's violation of the law. So we were moving forward using those funds, and it was pushing us along, and we saw a decrease in enrollment for a little while, and then we started picking back up. Just thought this was a very important piece. Just to let you know also, I went ahead and pulled our student tally information that we pull. We pull this on a weekly basis. So I went back, and I didn't provide this for you, but I can give it to you. It's actually dated May 12th of 2011, because I wanted to see how that compared to that 2011 COFTE number. We ended up that year with 24,996 kids. So we still had fewer children than we did have COFTE. COFTE in that survey had exceeded what our student population was. A complete flip of where we are now, because we're behind and it's starting to catch up. And there is good news. I'm not just trying to paint a cloud. I want to show you some good news in just a moment. But I did want to make sense of that. So after that COFTE, where do we go to? Well, we've basically got 3 steps we've got in our basket. We can rezone, which we just did a couple of weeks ago. and we've done several other times to our schools. We can add classrooms, but I put in the parentheses there, that's a two-edged sword. Why is it a two-edged sword? Well, I'll tell you why it's a two-edged sword. If we continue to add permanent student stations at schools where we can build more of those classrooms, I am now eating up any opportunity to build a new school because I have satisfied the student station number. Everybody with me? So I'm working against that. It is, I can start building these these classrooms, but when I want to build the school, I've used those up, so there's no coffee to drive because I've got to slide that coffee over. I can't create it, so I've got to move it over to justify the new school. So that's where we are right now because it's a two-edged sword because that's exactly what we did. Our board directed, and it was a good move. Let's build. Let's continue to leave our students. It's in the best interest of our families. It's in the best interest of our students to remain at the schools that they want to remain at, where they live, where they play. So we built those classrooms. Well, now we've gotten to the point where we can't build there anymore. We've used up that space, and we're still working with that coffee number over there, which we've gotten for the new K-8 school. Lastly, we built the school. I wish it was first, but it's not. Mr. Rosnick alluded to the fact that we worked for around 2 years with the Department of Education. But what they run under, and they should, they look at coffee, and they say, this is it. I sent multiple News Journal articles from 3 years ago, 4 years ago, some of the presentations we had done, some of the presentations that had been done by the Northwest Florida Builders Association that showed that 1,500 to 1,800 growth a year. We're getting ready. I'm trying to justify we're getting ready to see this. And it took that 9 months to finally get approval, even though our board had approved it, because by statute, June 31st, I've got to have a board-approved, signed-off survey that goes to them or I'm in violation. So we did all that, and then they had to review and sit, and they finally gave me approval later in the year. That's when we started the process of designing the school, because I didn't have approval. Moving on, and I apologize, I knew this slide would not do justice up there, but I wanted to take this out of our 5-year facility survey and show you what the coffee we were dealing with. If you'll take a look at that number, if you can see, there's a column there, and it's shown as 2021-22. That's that projected coffee that we're dealing with. The projected coffee that year that we are currently under in our 16-17 survey was 26,732. It goes back to that number I was talking about. If you flip to the next page, I have purposefully waited and watched what projected coffee is doing. Now the projected coffee, if I open up a new survey July 1, it increases by almost 3,000 students. I can open the 5-year survey every 5 years, or I can open one up every year. It takes about a year to complete it, but I've tried to wait until the number was approaching where we needed it to go. It's still below the total number of student stations we have, but we're closing the gap, and I feel like we can better justify our numbers. So that's one of the plans. That would be the new coffee. But if I don't open the new survey, I still got to go under the old coffee. There's been questions about where our major capital outlay expenditures come from. I want to be clear, half-cent sales tax is a portion of that, and it is a portion that we are very thankful that we have. But there are also the ad valorem dollars and the capital outlay debt service dollars that we have, and the local capital improvement dollars. But where have we spent some of those monies at? And what I wanted to first do is look at technology. You know, why have we spent so much money in technology? Well, there are certain requirements, again, that the state has, and one of those is we were forced to do major upgrades, and are continuing to do those upgrades because you can never catch up with it, but it's for infrastructure along with the push to become one-to-one compliant. I asked our data processing manager for some information, and this was the information that he gave me. He said, currently, we have over 18,200 student stations in our school district. We have over 4,800 staff computers. We have over 2,000 iPads, hand devices, so that we can work towards the one-to-one compliance, but also we have to have the infrastructure, because one of the models that we were under, and we still do to a large degree, is online testing, and we have to send our information to Tallahassee instead of pencil paper testing. Some of that is back, but some is still sent over. We have to meet their requirements, we had to upgrade infrastructure, and we have to make sure that we are in compliance and that we can send those tests properly to Tallahassee in the timely fashion without invalidating student test reports. Roofing. I told you we had over 4 million square feet under district-wide. A comprehensive roofing assessment, is performed every 5 years. We're on a 20-year rotation, basically, unless a roof gets completely damaged, and we look at that. So all our schools are placed on that, and we continue to spend a great deal of money, because we know if we don't, they're not glamorous jobs, but if we don't protect our roofs, then we've got a lot of damage on the inside. Equity among our schools is some of the questions that have been asked. Some of those you'll see on there that are highlighted in red are Title IX compliance issues. Some have wondered why athletic facilities. I'll be glad to take that, but I can't take what happened way before my time. And when there's a male dressing room facility in our district and our female counterparts are not dressing in a like facility, that is a Title IX issue. And we will address that, and we will be in compliance with the Office of Civil Rights, and we will make that work. So some of those things that you see in there that may be joint use concession stands, those can become Title IX issues really quick. So we will be in compliance, and we will work towards that, and we will get those things done. There's also other equity that you see throughout. Maybe at some other facilities that we want to make sure, keeping in mind, we want to be equitable across the board with the dollars that we have. And just because you live in a rural part of the district doesn't mean that you don't need some of the same improvements that we have in other parts of our school district. So we have worked hard to do that and to spread that wealth. Another large expenditure item that we have are the 2006-2009 COPS early payoff. The board, we looked at an early payoff so that we could save taxpayer dollars, and we've done that. And I'm happy to say that we did that. We had two payoffs, a 2006 that was paid off earlier in the year. We've sped up. We had 3 more payments on the part of the 2014 issue. The board gave me approval last month. We cut a $2.5 million check to early pay off there. And in December, we will have that issue completely paid off, and it'll save the taxpayers some $900,000 in interest. So again, we're thankful we have those dollars. We're also thankful that we can utilize them to pay off, because our indebtedness is certainly getting ready to increase, as Mr. Rosa has talked about. The additional funds for the K-8, I talked about that to some degree. This new legislation is going to help us a great deal. We've budgeted $7.3 million with an additional $2 million in place to cover those additional dollars, that additional overage, because I don't know what the project's going to bid at in July. I would rather be safe than sorry. If those funds are not needed, we have another line item for purchasing other additional properties and getting ready to look at another school in Pace, and we will put that money in that bank so that we will cover those overages. What does it look like? New schools and types and location. Of course, we've talked about the new K-8 school we're excited about. It's 1,182 student stations, and that's approximately 500 to about 600 elementary student stations, with about 450 middle school student stations, and then, of course, with a little to grow at that 90% factor. We're in the process. We're pending negotiation, finalizing some property in the Pace area where we'll go, and it also says pending new legislation. This is some of the bright side. Some of the other parts of that legislation say this, that we will not have to have a survey recommendation to go out for a certificate of participation. That basically says, if I don't have the coffee to drive that next school in Pace, we know we need that new school in Pace, our board backs up the new school in Pace and everybody else does, then we move forward and we go out for another certificate of participation and we build that school and I can pay it back legally. That is how that legislation sits right now, and we are hopeful that it will remain that way. We're also looking at the new school in Tiger Point. That's some land negotiations that have still been ongoing. It's taken a while, but I think we're finally getting there. And that type is to be determined. I can't really tell you what that school's going to be because we're going to have to do a lot of inward searching on how that looks and get some determination on what direction the board and the area needs. New school along the Pea Ridge Connector. We've talked about that. We donated an easement of 80 feet to the Board of County Commissioners for a road to go in. We did that about a year ago. Utilize some of our property to make that connector happen. That's a great thing to happen. That's 40 acres that we purchased a few years ago for a good deal. And we can put one school there, or we could put two schools there. And so that will be determined based on the needs in the Pea Ridge area. Additional property, it goes without saying. We need to continue to look for additional property in the south end, and we need to be looking at additional property on the north of 5 Points as we continue to see that area growing. How will the cost per student station overages be funded? And I've already talked about that. Mr. Rosa could ask me to speak to you on that. Before I sit down, I know I've said a lot. There's a lot of information there. I've tried to be concise. I would ask that if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer those at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Appreciate that. That is some complicated data, quite frankly. I want your takeaways hopefully to be that we have been very proactive in planning and accommodating growth in the past, both financially and logistically. We are posturing for the continued growth in Santa Rosa County now by securing additional properties and financially planning on being able to purchase land to accommodate those school sites. We have added capacity to schools across the county, and that capacity has enabled us to keep up with some of the growth. We're just at our end length of what we can do with that work. Our board met in session and approved a resolution to send to you requesting impact fees. That study in its entirety is in your packet. Mr. Gene Bowles has been both our research analyst and has crafted this recommendation. There are many takeaways and nuances to it. He has developed a little short PowerPoint presentation that will walk you through some of the nuances of it. As I have said over and over again, our effort is to generate capacity in the revenue stream to accommodate for the exponential growth. We've maximized the use of ad valorem, PICO, 1.4 mills, and we are reaching the height ceiling of our borrowing capability, and we see impact fees as our last resort. We aren't able to go yet back for another referendum. We have no capability of doing that. We are at our length of what we can do with generating those revenues minus the impact fees. Hope you'll just listen through Mr. Bowles' presentation, and then we'll finish up and be done. Mr. Bowles?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Gene Bowles, and I'm a consultant to the Santa Rosa County School Board. Let me make sure I know what I'm doing here. The study that you have before you has one basic purpose. That's to determine the maximum allowable impact fee for schools that can be charged. That study is necessary to create the rational nexus. You'll be hearing more about that term in a moment. Once that is established, you can establish the fee at any number lower than that, but not more than that, as the term implies. Now, there's a lot of data in that report. My purpose here is not to go through a lot of the data, but to illustrate some key points in terms of how it is structured, what it means, and some very key information that the analysis arrives at in its conclusions. As the slide indicates, impact fees are a one-time payment, and it represents new growth, in the case of school impact fees, new residential growth, and its proportionate share of facility needs. It may only be used for facilities. Now, in calculating school impact fees, we certainly include the student stations, the facilities themselves, and the land costs associated with new schools as being subject to the potential impact fee. We could, in fact, include in that portables, administrative facilities, and buses. Those are capital outlays, but we don't recommend that those are included in the impact fee. We've shown you some information in the study about what those the numbers are on those facilities, but we do not recommend that they're included in the impact fee, and they're not calculated into that maximum allowable number that concludes at the end of the report. Now, impact fees were not created by the legislature. They essentially grew up over court endorsement acceptance over the years, and they are essentially a fee to offset an impact that a funding jurisdiction such as the school board may impose to offset that impact in the same way you do with roads or water and sewer or anything of that nature having to do with development-induced infrastructure requirements. They are permissible as an exercise of police power, not a tax. They can't exceed the pro rata share. You hear proportionate share, pro rata share, rational nexus, all these more or less meet the same requirement. You are not able to, as a local government or as a school district, able to, through a police power exercise, impose more or require more than a proportionate share. And so this exercise is determining what that is as a basis for review. It cannot be a windfall to existing residents, meaning you can't use the impact fee to fund facilities you've already built. You have to use it to fund facilities that would support or serve the new residential development from where it's collected. And it must satisfy the dual rational nexus test. Let me see if my next slide explains that. Yeah, dual rational nexus simply says you must first demonstrate a reasonable connection between the need for additional capacity of capital facilities and the growth generated by new development. You then must use those dollars, those collected funds must be applied to provide the capital facilities required to serve new development, the dual rational nexus. As I said earlier, the purpose of this study, the end of the studies you have before you, is to establish what the maximum allowable impact fee would be in the case of schools. Now you will see this table both in the executive summary and at the end of the report in table 26. They are the same. And I'm not going to go through the individual numbers, but to point out this essentially is the summary information that is most significant in terms of what we've developed, and we'll come back to some of the key numbers with that as we work through the process here. Let me say that I think for obvious reasons, not only did a district-wide calculation of these various relationships, but we also did a calculation for North County and for South End. I don't think that needs a lot of explanation of why those would be distinctly different areas potentially, but simply point that out. So all of the calculations that we are basing this on is done both for North County, South End, and then a composite for district-wide. To establish the rational nexus, what we're talking about is the relationship of residential to students generated and creating capacity needs for new schools. We make this analysis through the use of geographic information system information. Let me say I want to thank Mr. Ward's office. He noted that several years ago we developed some protocols essentially for sharing information. The county is very good about getting us information, and much of the information we have is based on that exchange of data. The GIS information actually is from the property appraiser's office, building information from the county, and then of course school information from the district. The first set of numbers you see here, this is a snapshot in time. These would be different today if we redid the same numbers, but again, the averages hold pretty steadily. We're talking about, at the time we did the analysis, which was last August and right before the 2018 and 19 capital facilities plan, which you've heard referred to several times. We were talking about a total of 73,691 dwelling units, and you see the breakdown of those, both in terms of North County, South End, and district-wide, and in terms of single-family, mobile homes, townhomes and condominiums, multifamily from 2 to 9, duplexes up to small apartment units, and then multifamily above 10 units. Those particular land use classifications, the residential types, coincide with codes used by the property appraiser. The purpose of doing that is to have some way of determining when an impact fee was imposed, what classification it falls into, and the property appraiser classification would serve that purpose, and so the data has been organized in that way. At the same time, these are excerpts from Table 4, we were geocoding students, the addresses of students, with the addresses of residential structures. In that particular analysis, we have, I don't have the 25,000 single family, or 25,000 students, 452 to be precise, in the study resided in a single family, and we include in that mobile homes because they perform in a similar way as single family attached. And only 1,145 students throughout the county reside in the 3 multifamily categories: townhomes, multifamily 2 to 9, and multifamily of 10 and above. Let me make an observation here, which these numbers show, but to emphasize the predominant impact of single family on school enrollment as a generator of students. 91% of the dwelling units are single family or mobile home. 96% of the students reside in single family and mobile homes. So multifamily is, while it's an important part of the economy and these kinds of things, generates relatively few students compared to single family, and that includes the mobile home category. Now, what we are doing essentially is developing a ratio or an average of how many students live in each of these categories. And we developed something we call a student generation multiplier, and you see those here for the elementary, middle, and high, for single family and multifamily. Now again, the full set of numbers included in the report, but I'm only showing you these to illustrate. Another way of looking at that, if you look at the elementary and single family of 0.17, another way to think about that is for every 100 residential single family, I'll get 17 elementary students. And in the same way with middle, for every 109 students in middle school are generated and so forth. So with that information in mind, what we've established is the relationship. How many students do we expect single family to generate, for example, in the elementary, middle, or high categories? Then it becomes a question of cost. How much does a student station cost us? You've heard, already talked about some differences between elementary, middle, and high. Here you see the construction cost for elementary, middle, and high, along with a land cost associated with those, resulting in, you see the beginning number essentially for construction cost for elementary of the $22,581, $25,269 for middle and $31,176 for high, and those refer you to Table 24 for more information on that material. So, but rather than simply applying the student generation multiplier to that number, we have to credit those new residents for what they will pay into other revenue sources. They will, one of them outstanding debts, you've heard that talked about, the COPS and so forth. All of those new residents will pay a proportionate share of that, so they get, against the student station, a credit. State revenues, those new residents will, it may be a long way from Tallahassee to here, but they will participate in that just like any other resident would do so. In a similar way, they also participate and contribute to the 1.4 mills, the capital improvement tax as we refer to it, and they will be paying the sales tax. The information regarding how these are calculated based on assumptions and so forth is included in the study if you wish to look at it more carefully. Those result in a per student station credit of $2,853 at all levels of school. We then subtract that to get a net impact cost. In other words, what is the number against which we can charge an impact fee? For elementary schools, it's $19,728, $22,415 for middle, $28,323 for high. At that point in time, you have the two pieces of the puzzle. One is the student generation multiplier, secondly, the cost, and that results in a calculation of a maximum fee. Now, you have a table, Table 26 shows you this calculation for middle, for elementary, for middle, for high. I've simply shown the elementary here for illustration purposes. We multiply the 19,728 that you just saw by the 0.17 student generation multiplier, getting a maximum allowable fee district-wide for elementary of $3,354. Now, let me call your attention to that particular table. I thought I had that in the slide. But you will see a number for single family, for district-wide single family, for elementary, middle and high added up of $8,770. Are you seeing that in Table 26? That's the most significant number you have, because that represents the single family district-wide number. 91% of the dwelling units, again, producing 96%. You also see some similar numbers for multifamily, and one of the things you will notice from that table is that the maximum fee for multifamily in South End is different than North County. Significantly different. And we have recommended in discussions with the school board that you have if you have a single fee for single family district-wide, that you would distinguish between South End and North County for multifamily because of that significant difference. There's about the fee that the school board has passed in a resolution is approximately half for multifamily in South End than North County. The reason for that should be fairly obvious. The South End is much more seasonal, very likely resort development, retirement, and so forth. But that's what the numbers show, and we think that there's enough of a difference there that should be reflected. Setting the fee amount, as I said, it cannot exceed the maximum allowable numbers, and the number that the school board resolution calls for would be a single family fee of $5,000 district-wide, a multifamily fee North County of $3,000, and a multifamily fee in the South End of $1,500. These essentially correspond to the ratios you've seen, but a number substantially below the maximum number that could be allowed. Okay. That's intended to be a simple summary of how a lot of numbers come together to the answer or the information we're looking for, and that is the maximum fee that could be allowed and the rationale for that. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have about how that study was structured.
Commissioner Barker.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cole?
Earlier, you commented you wanted to hold all questions. Every speaker's offered the opportunity to ask questions. We'll be able to bring that back up to each speaker.
Yes, sir. I just think it help us get through the presentation as
That's
a whole.
fine. I just want to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Carol Boston. I am the chair of the Santa Rosa County School Board, and I would like to thank you all for being here and for coordinating this, and I would like to thank all of our staff for their hard work to get all this information together. Obviously, they've worked diligently for years, long before I was a board member, to be responsible with our funds and to our students in providing a superior, relevant education. And that's ultimately what we're about, is the kids and providing that for them, so that they can be successful, productive members of our society. And our board, at our April 25th meeting, passed a resolution requesting that you agenda impact fees at your next meeting. We came to that conclusion, as you can see from what everyone said, as we have no other choice, no other funding source, and we've been very fiscally responsible. Some of those options that were discussed, should we not be able to build schools. I have a little personal experience, the rezoning. When we moved here in 1999, I registered my son in the beginning of November at West Navarre Elementary, which was a brand new school and was at capacity when I registered him. It had opened in August. And there were students that he went to school with, one in his 3rd grade class, one in his 4th grade, 2 boys in particular I have in mind. Both of their siblings graduated from Navarre High School, and by the time the redistrictings occurred and they were last children and they got there, they both graduated from Gulf Breeze. So that's what happens, and that's the effect on families, that they may not all be in the same school if we can't keep up with growth. And as far as, we called it split sessions, when the school system that my father taught in and my siblings went to had to do that when they did not have tax funds to add on to the school. So my father was a math and science teacher, and he taught from 9 to 5 was his schedule. My brother went to school from 7 a.m. to noon. My sister went to school from noon to 5 p.m. I was on an elementary school schedule. I don't remember what that was. I was in 5th grade, and my mother was a nurse. So all 5 of us were on different schedules. So we had a lot of soups and stews that year, and we actually had a wood-burning stove in our basement, and she kept something on there so that whenever you were home from practice, work, school, whatever it was, you could get something to eat. So that's the effect that it can have on a family and all having different schedules. And our school system is the #1 reason that people come here. And I can say that also from personal experience. When we moved here, my husband was military, as Lane knows, of course, and he also worked for a federally funded research and development company in Fort Walton Beach. But we chose Santa Rosa County because every time we PCS'd, that was one of the first things we looked at, was the quality of the school system. And so we're not alone in that, as the other slides indicated. So thank you again for your time, and we would really appreciate your support, and we look forward to you agendaing this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. As we draw this to close, I would just ask the Board of County Commissioners to consider a few things. In my closing comments, I'll try to be as succinct as possible. This issue is an important one to the school board, and I think you've seen that. Everyone comes to this issue with a different perspective. We have in this room educators, we have Board of County Commissioners, commissioners serving in their role, we have concerned citizens, Home Builders Association provide an awesome resource for us, school board members, and of course your superintendent. And we stand here today and we celebrate the fact that we're growing. That's a positive piece. You have been an instrumental part in that. Congruent to that high number of people who said that K-12 schools are important, you'll also hear things like low tax rate. You'll also hear things about quality of life. That's powerful, and you've done a masterful job of navigating through that over the past few years. As I alluded to earlier, I've had some wonderful conversations. I learned a great deal from those conversations, and I want to share just a few insights from that. You have a difficult job, and I refuse to criticize you. What I have learned from my conversations is it's huge what you have to do, and it's a great challenge. And balancing that work, providing a high-quality county and meeting the needs of every citizen is difficult, and you have a very tough job. Mr. Lynchard, I appreciate you for your patience with me as I ask question after question. I know at the end of, I think it was an hour and 15 minutes, you kind of looked at me and said, there just isn't anything else to give. I was so enthralled with that knowledge. And you shared with me something, and I wrote it down in my book, and I want to share it with you and say thank you. You were able to show me that growth is not the problem. You've alluded to that over and over again, and we see that as well. That's a wonderful piece. It's a wonderful thing to have, but it's the situations that have been legislatively enacted on you and on us that have restricted some of the use of that revenue. I see that now, we are so much more alike. Our world and your world is so much more alike than different. I appreciate that insight. Mr. Parker, I appreciate you. You recognized and you said to me that school districts are an asset to our school system. I opened my eyes after that conversation to the hundreds of ways that you help us. And that's a powerful piece, whether it be an easement or a road that you're going to build past a school, potential school site or a school site in the near future. That's powerful. What you have done for us is important and we appreciate greatly. I recognize that from our conversation, and I just wanted to thank you as well. Mr. Peets, thank you. You shared with me that overcrowded schools can be a detriment, but you also share with me the insight, so can roads and bridges and water flow. I never dreamt I would learn so much about water flow. It is a difficult task that you have. Prior to coming to this meeting, Mr. Harrell briefed me on a project that you're doing behind Pace High School. Wow. It's so complicated. You're taking water from North Spencerfield Road and you're putting it south of the library, and it's a masterful plan, and we want to be a part of that work. We want to be part of that solution. I never dreamt that it was that difficult, and I appreciate Mr. Pete sharing with me and showing me how that worked. Mr. Salter, I appreciate your service and your longevity of service, but you left me with something that I think I will remember for a long, long time. You said to me, the worst thing you can do is nothing. And that's a powerful statement. You've been about the business of doing something. So have we. You've heard from me and my staff. You've heard from our board. We haven't been asleep at the wheel. We've been actively engaged in dealing with this problem in a very complicated environment. Mr. Harrell just showed me an email of one interpretation of one bill that passed that could change the entire process of how we navigate over the next few years. That's powerful. It's huge. You've had to have those same pieces, and we haven't been asleep at the wheel. We've been very proactive, and we're here to do something. That's powerful, and if I would leave you with one thing, it's that we need that opportunity to continue the conversation, to work together. This issue tends to divide, but I don't think so. We have more in common than we have different. Now, I would petition all those who support public schools and stand with me to support our Board of County Commissioners, that you understand that their jobs are tough, and I appreciate their work as well. On June 24th, we will be providing you, and hopefully that will be agended, and you will be approached by many between now and then. I will not criticize your work. You have done really good work. We're here to petition for your help, and we need your help to navigate through the next 5-10 years. I conclude with a quote. My dad told me when I left for college, "It's time for you to go, son." All right? And he said to me, it's time for you to go, it's time to do your work. If not you, then who? And if not now, then when? It's time, us as a county, to come together and work together to generate that work as well. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time. I know it's been lengthy. It's up to you as to where we go. We could do quick Q&As, or we can do a break and then come back to, I'm flexible either way. Thank you.
Actually asked one of our sound speakers today, so I think we're going to unless any board members steer me otherwise, just work through. And then obviously if anybody needs to excuse themselves momentarily, they can. I think it'd probably be an appropriate time if you and Ms. Boston join us back up here. I know Mr. Bowles and Mr. Harrell will be nearby if we need to ask them any direct questions.
Thank you, sir. Carol?
I'd really like to petition the board, if there was any board members, my board or the school board, if you had any preference. We had it on here, obviously, to have discussion amongst ourselves and then public forum, but does anybody have any will to move the public forum before our board discussion or questions? If so, I would entertain that will. Otherwise, we will open it up to questions and discussions that any of my fellow commissioners have or any of the school board members may have of my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Salter.
Mr. Chairman, Tim, Joey, thank you all for a very informative presentation, great information. I have a couple of questions. What drove our legislatures to stop the PICO funding?
Go ahead, and then I'll let...
With the advent of the charter school movement, they are being recognized by the Department of Education as of a few years ago, and some would say rightfully or wrongfully so. We don't get into that, but they have recognized them. And so for a number of years, all of the PICO maintenance dollars, first it was half was shifted over to the charter schools throughout the state of Florida. Then it went for a 3 or 4 year period where all of those dollars were shifted. We started receiving some of those back, and now again they have seen fit to give them back to the charter schools.
Those are pretty significant numbers.
Yes, sir. When I started out in my position, in 2009, we were anticipating receiving around $1.4 million in PICO. We had less square footage, and 1.4 million, that was subsequently cut to around 500,000, I believe, if my memory serves me correct. It's been a while, and then we've just seen it fluctuate at that number or less.
Thank you, State. Thank you, State, for your help, right? One other comment. If you get your impact fee, will you be allowed to build new schools based on coffee?
Well, that's what we're hoping. It kind of goes back to that discussion that we just had a few moments ago. The legislation as it currently sits, and we know how things can change, it would allow us to build those additional schools without survey recommendation. Let me be clear, it does not stop the requirement of the school district to perform a 5-year facility survey by statute and continue to do the work plan. However, the way it is currently written, the bill is written, it would allow us to utilize funds without having a survey recommendation approved in that. So to answer your question, if that legislation goes through, yes, sir, we would be permitted to utilize those funds.
Mr. Salter, can I just editorialize that just a moment? I just got to celebrate Senator Broxton over the past 3 years. He has worked with us on this issue to provide us with this flexibility. We have not always had it, and this year's a relatively new piece of legislation that enables us to have that flexibility to use those dollars in accordance without that survey recommendation. But I'll tell you, the window of opportunity for the survival of that law, we have been told you need to do this, you need to do this now. There is already movement in the legislature to remove that flexibility. There is this war going on between those who want us to have that flexibility and those that do not want us to have that flexibility. And it really miters from the piece of control of whether we should have the local control of those dollars. And I remind you, they don't give us any dollars to build schools with anymore. You and I pay for that through our local referendum and millages. So we argue, of course, that we'd like to have control of those dollars, and right now we think we will have that if it's signed by Governor DeSantis, and hopefully it will. But I really do fear over the next year, probably 2 years, that's going to be a movement back to the other direction, or at least trying to move back the other direction.
Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Commissioner, or Chairman. School Board, thank you for coming out today. Tim, I didn't meet with you because I felt like everything we needed to say should be done at the dais, but I think my fellow commissioners probably give you an earful, so I didn't need to add to that. And I agree that we're slammed by the legislature. We all see unfunded mandates. A lot of what I heard, you want to say what sounds like a personal problem, but it's not. It's a problem we face also with you and the legislature. And it's just a shame we can't get that voice heard in Tallahassee, even though we got good representation. They kind of get outnumbered by the rest of the state. And it's good to hear that that can move, because I'm a solid person in favor of local control. Tallahassee should keep their nose out of our business. If you think we need a school and we got the money to build it, then we should be able to build a school. That's just, I had to get that off my chest because it was on there. I can't say that I can honestly say, though, I've not seen a strong legislative effort that I've seen. Of course, it's been explained to me that you have, but why we weren't called upon to rally the troops, to raise the half-cent cap that is currently on the school board for the local option sales tax, to move it to a penny. How antiquated is a half-cent sales tax in today's time, you know, of rising cost of everything? So that's one place I'm a little disappointed. And if you made that effort, and we weren't as a board called upon, as a citizenry of Santa Rosa County not called upon to help fight that fight, we should have been. And if the fight wasn't put out there, it should be, because I fully believe that. I see where it would have been easy for us to go out this August and ask the citizens to raise the sales tax 1 cent, a half cent for you and a half cent for the county, for school board and county, asking only for another penny and putting a lot of this behind us. And I think we would have got a lot more support for that in its entirety than we're going to see for the request for this impact fee. I'd like to find out what causes the exceeding cost of student station. When you say we can only spend so much, above that we have to kiss the ring, and I'm going to put a lot of this in layman's terms, but you know, that's just the way I am. You know, to go to Tallahassee and say, can we please do this? So what creates that? How does our legislatures and how does people in Tallahassee not see there's a difference there? We need to raise that cost of building that seat. So that's one of the things I'd like to have an answer to. So if you'd care to take a whack at that.
Yeah, I'm not stepping away from you.
Okay.
I started to, I was
And
going
if
to copy down.
you got to
this.
get back with us, I mean, I'd like to go ahead and get these answers if we can, if it takes a little bit to get them out there or get them run up. So I'll be quiet and listen for a
No,
second.
sir. So I think there's a couple of things, and one is the half cent. Of course, we are capped at that, the half cent by legislation. That is all that a school district can seek through a referendum to levy, and you're aware of that. My understanding, and I will just say what my understanding is, I'm not in Tallahassee every day, but I would say there is not an appetite to increase taxes. I think that's where we've seen that come across the board for several years in a lot of different ways, whether it be saving taxes in your driver's license fees, or whether that be saving them in your tag fees that you have. So that appetite has not been there, so that has seemed to us to be a kind of a dead issue, quite frankly. And that's the direction that we've received. I don't know if Mr. Rozick, is that okay with that answer, or would you like to add?
I think it's perfect. I've made 8 trips to Tallahassee this year to speak to not just this issue, but other issues. I, just like you, absolutely abhor the fact that we are controlled both in our revenue and in what we can build and do with that revenue. You experienced that as well as I in the halls of Tallahassee, and it has not fallen on deaf ears. But as you have alluded to, there are more members of the House of Representatives, I believe, in Orange County than we have in Northwest Florida. And we tend to get outvoted. The appetite for increasing that local control has diminished. And it's gone so far the other way, really is very dangerous. And I think you've seen that as well. You also see that in the cost per student station question. If I'm understand your question correctly, those, Mr. Hurd, you might want to just walk through how those calculations were created years ago, and we have petitioned this year to have that be readdressed, and the Bill 7070, I believe it is, actually is going to create a study to address the cost per student station of those. Is that correct?
That's correct, and it would fall over into 2020, so they're going to study that, and then they'll look at revamping the way that is currently done. So basically, I'll be honest with you, I don't know the complete formula, but it's based on consumer price indices in the construction arena and regional consumer price indices as they attach different parts of that, and then they come in and they calculate and they actually project this out. Again, the cost per student station, this shows you how this works. The cost per student station that our survey shows for this K-8 school, it actually received approval 2 years ago. Their process is they look 3 years out at that number. And typically, our cost per student, our cost of construction documentation, the accountant in my department is completing that this week. It's done yearly for projects that close out. Getting a little long here, but that number, we don't know what that number is until the state issues that, let's say about 3 weeks ago, and they go, cost of construction documentation is due to the Department of Education, and here are the cost maximums that you will apply. So it gets updated based on that statistical data, but what we're finding is that data is woefully irrelevant based on the fact that if you have a major hurricane issue or something like what's going on right now, it just lags behind and it falls behind, and that's where we're looking at that relief. So it's a number that's established. It's established out as an outlier. And the other part that I was going to say is the cost per student station that the accountant is working with right now is actually a lesser number than what is in the survey.
The local option sales tax, of course, the school board's had in place much longer than the county has been able to. We have tried, we're attempting to move that to a full 1 cent, because I believe the citizens have seen quite a bit of what we've been able to accomplish with that.
Sure.
I know I've heard a lot today about how you've calculated what you've done with that, how in fact, a audit on which all that's done with. But my question being, it's rose significantly since it was first implemented. And, I go back, I hear from folks that say, well, Mr. Russell was able to build 7 schools in 10 years once this was implemented, and none have been built since. So not getting into the weeds with this, and of course, you're much more versed than I am on the school board side of the situation, but you wonder how the increase in that revenue hasn't projected out to being at least a few more schools. And when you say, well, we've added classrooms, does that include the portables? Does that include everywhere you've squeezed somebody and been able to make the numbers happen? When that, and I know the promise was made not to raise that millage, but have you put a number to that? What would that 1.1 mil raise, and put it across the board? I know we've preached for years, the sales tax versus a raise in ad valorem, but you do have that 0.1 to move up at the will of the school board. So has there been a look at that and what that would project in revenue compared to an impact fee?
There is, and is that number, let me go to that one first, and I'll go back to portables. The increase, I'm not looking at the numbers right now, but I believe that additional was right around $2 million. It's in the work plan. It actually dictates if we levied the full 1.5 mils. Keep in mind, when that first decision was made years ago to stay at 1.4 mils to cap that we call this 2 mil money. That was actually 2 mils is what that capital outlay, those capital outlay dollars were restricted. That was the limit. We were at 1.4 mils at the time, and the generation of using the half-cent sales tax exceeded what that additional 0.6 of a mil would have done. So it made sense to lessen the burden on the property owners in Santa Rosa County and utilize the half-cent sales tax. We've continued to see that, because if that number's around 2 million and now we're approaching the $9 million mark, we certainly are doing better with that half-cent sales tax and that promise that the superintendent and the board have made to the voters, saying we would not increase that and pass that along for years to come to individuals throughout that are property owners in the district. To the portable question, portables are not leased nor purchased under the half-cent sales tax. That's not permitted.
Okay.
So none of the leases that we're using that for, will either be used with local capital improvement dollars, or they have been used with the ad valorem, the 1.4 mils.
Okay. My next two questions.
May I just editorialize just a piece of the 0.1 mil he's alluding to, moving from 1.4 to 1.5 would generate, if my memory is correct, right at $900,000?
No, I thought it was, I could be wrong, and I'm not looking at the survey. I thought the total millage was around 14. Maybe it is 900. I've got too many numbers.
For us,
I'm sorry, it's in the presentation.
For the county, sir, would be, a 0.1 mil would be about 850 to 900,000.
Okay,
It
I'm
might be a
sorry,
little
you're
bit more
talking
than that
about
for the school
0.1.
district.
Correct, yeah. So we see $900,000 as a trade-off for the $8.5 million we're receiving as a appropriate trade-off. Moving to a 1.5 mil would not really meet our needs at all. And I'm sorry, that half-cent sales tax has increased, but so has the cost of construction has increased. You alluded to the fact that Mr. Russell was able to build 7 schools in 10 years, something of that nature, during the growth. We have not been benefited by the fact that the state had a really robust benefit plan, i.e. if you built below a cost per student, average cost per student station across the state, then they actually remunerated us with additional dollars. Mr. Russell benefited from that. We don't have that program any longer. They did away with it, and so we are left with just our own local resources.
To give an idea to that, Sims Middle School, once the rebates came back from the state, the thrifty school rebates, if I'm not mistaken, that school was built for around $3.6 million.
All right. The next couple questions I have would be, either Joey, you can handle it, or Mr. Bowles. They concern some of the factors that go into coming up with the rational nexus.
Okay, I'm going to leave that to him. He's the...
And first question would be pertaining to the expected growth, and I would believe that would be part of what you'd include in the rational nexus, and that comes from Kofi or coffee? Coffee, okay. It seems kind of, and I don't know how they use their figures, and I'm sure you have to use those because that's rules in the game, but when we've seen the growth over the last 10 years, and this Kofi is almost doubling that for the next 10 years, it just seems exponential that the amount of growth that they're projecting wouldn't correspond. And then you're also, do they take into consideration for lows in the market, slowdowns in the market, slowdowns in growth? Because again, to double in 10 years, the number that we've doubled or gone through in the last 10 years seems a little bit overboard.
Let me try to respond to that. The concept of an impact fee, and this would be true whether you're talking about roads or water and sewer or whatever, is to establish the rational nexus based on current information, the best information available. By its very nature, it anticipates growth, or if you get the growth, the impact fee is paid. If you don't get the growth, it's not. And so there's, and it's certainly an expectation that you're going to get growth, but the new residential units that come in will pay that calculated fee, and unless you adjusted it. Now it would make sense that you would periodically adjust those numbers to see whether they still were together. But essentially, there is certainly an anticipation that there's growth, and what we're actually seeing, you had a lot of discussion about coffee and so forth, but the growth in Santa Rosa County is about 2%. Or let's say we've been using about a 2% growth rate. That was similar to the HBA, the Home Builders Association study that was done a couple of years ago. And what you're actually seeing is some increase above that, but still more or less in that projection. And those are the numbers that we typically use for projections of school enrollment. You had about 1,700 new residential permits last year. I just recently got the January through April numbers from your staff, and if you stay on that projection this year, you'll be at about 1,800, so about 1,830 new residential units, single family and mobile homes. So you're continuing and even accelerating on the growth rates that you've seen in the past.
But again, it seems a little over the top. I mean, if going by, and I'm not a real good numbers person, so bear with me, but going by those numbers, the growth that we would have to see in this county to get to where they say we will be would be almost 3,000 homes a year. And that's a third more than we've ever built in this county.
I'm not sure that what the numbers you're referring to are coming from. Essentially, the analysis that we do looks at hard information about how many students are generated by a residential unit.
Which is what?
Well, you saw those student generation multipliers that I talked about. For example, in the case of elementary, a single-family home generates about 17 students for every 100 homes, and that's the purpose of the analysis. That's the rational nexus. What does each new home create in the way of new students? The growth rate has to do with how fast that's occurring. Each new home would pay that amount, and so if you have a greater growth rate, you will see more revenue. If it slows down, you see less. The concept is that there's a direct connection, which we've established, between that new home and the number of students that we would expect to see generated, therefore the number of student stations that are necessary. That's the way the calculation is created.
And current funding is also part of coming up with a rational nexus?
I'm sorry?
Current and projected funding would be part of the coming up with your figure for your rational nexus?
Now, the rational nexus is based on a point in time. Essentially, we looked at 73,000 dwelling units and 26,000 students and matched the addresses to say how many students would each residential structure generate.
Okay.
The student station cost is as of the point in which we were doing the study. We recognize that those will change. In fact, the state even has calculated tables that show escalation in those things. But you have to establish a rational nexus based on current data related to the connection. You do realize that those will change and will vary depending on construction costs, et cetera, depending on growth rates. All these things are certainly part of the world we live in. You may wish to come back, the school district come back and reassess those numbers from time to time. But I would suggest that those ratios are not likely to change very much when you're looking at 26,000 students against 73,000. They stay pretty constant.
Okay. And my concern or reason for that question was on table 20, the additional revenue from the half-cent sales tax. We all know it's growing, but yet on the projection, it stays constant through 2024, I guess, 2022. So, I mean, it's going to be off quite a bit. I would hope that we see growth through that time period. When we're talking about, this year getting 8,590,000, and that's only going up to 8,600,000 over the next 5-6 years. That's kind of misleading to me.
Let me say that the study that I prepared that you saw is based on financial data contained in the 2018-19 5-year capital facilities plan that the school board has to do every year. So I'm not making in that study decisions about how the allocation of those funds. That's determined from that 5-year plan in terms of how they're done. And then the numbers that I provided come from that as a point in time on which you're basing that. Now, if those ratios, how those are used, change, then some of these numbers change, but not in significant ways unless you had dramatic differences in how those monies were allocated.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tim, Joey, for the presentation. A lot of information coming at us fast. I want to circle back real quick to the question that Commissioner Salter asked, just to make sure I'm clear. So the legislation that was passed this year would change the fact that you normally, or it would amend current law so that you no longer have to fill your existing capacity before you build a new school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So what it says is we would be permitted to build a school and seek the funding, the capital outlay, the COPS issues, the bonding for that school without having a survey recommendation. Right now, if you don't have a 5-year facility survey recommendation, which the K-8 school, we worked and we got it recommended and it got approved, therefore we could go out and seek that funding. This would allow us, if it gets signed off on, would allow us to go out and start another school, presumably the PACE school at this point in time is where we would go, without having that survey recommendation, and we would be permitted to go out to the bondholders and seek another bond.
Okay. And then, and that's awaiting the governor's signature?
That's my understanding, yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. On the certificates of participation in the bonds, I was a little confused. One of your slides says current debt service is approaching $33 million. And that the new school, the Elkhart School, with that, it would rise to nearly $65 million. Is that your total debt rather than your debt service? Is your outstanding debt $33 million now?
That is correct. It would be the debt, yes.
Okay, and you're going to be paying off $8 million of that over the next 12 or 18 months based on for the 2006 and 2009 COPS. So that'll bring you back down to 25, and then you're going to go up by the addition of the Elkhart School.
That's correct.
To end up at 39% of your total debt capacity.
That's correct, yes. Our concern, of course, there is the exponential growth that we're experiencing will necessitate additional schools. One of our tools is, of course, the debt service COPS loan that we would generate. We're approaching that threshold of 75%. Just over the next few years, if we see adding let's just say a high school, which would be about 80 million plus or minus, we're moving further into that debt service by adding those dollars in that loan. I'll say this. Our concern is, of course, that by borrowing additional dollars, we will then, and increasing that threshold, moving to that threshold of 75%, then we would be charged more, obviously, for that loan because we would become a higher risk. Even in this capital debt service that we're working on with Elkhart, the highest rating is A+. For that bond service, we are at A. And the reason is that rationale and the ratio between debt service and revenue. And of course, as our debt service increases, it will narrow that revenue, and we're concerned that over the next few years, it would generate a negative effect.
So what is your capacity for debt service now each year? If you're paying off $8 million over the next 12 months.
Right, so that changes as we pay some of that off. Of course, that our debt service then lowers, but right now, the debt lowers, the payments are really actually getting ready to go up by about $2.5 million because of the 38 million that we're getting ready, or 30 plus million that we could borrow. So with that number, as you go up, you have to, it is all a part of, you cannot exceed 75%. So at 5 million, if you're looking right now at 14 million, You divide that 5 million by the 14 million, and you're basically looking at that 38%, 40% number with that debt.
So at the end of the day, after you have added the Elkhart School, your debt level will be a little less than, or a little more than half of what it could be. You'll be at 39%. You
Yes.
could be at 75.
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct, but
And
again,
you-
as
and you
that
don't
number.
have- You don't have an answer on what your debt service capacity is per year to service.
I don't have that number readily available. I can
It
find it.
cannot, again, payments cannot exceed 75% of the millage. So
Payments-
that's clear. So
Payments or debt?
payments.
Okay.
So the certificates of participation, those payments cannot exceed 75% of what we are collecting in millage. Millage only. The half-cent sales tax does not come in, yes, it is. The statute looks at millage, because that is a consistent, that is a safer source of revenue, where half-cent is not, so they don't.
I think we're just confusing terms here. What is 75% of your collections?
It would be 75% at this time of the roughly 14 million. So I can,
So it's 75% of your,
annual,
Capital
of what we are,
collections.
of the
The
ad valorem,
1.4.
the 1.4 mils. That is
okay.
correct.
Your
Yes,
1.4,
sir.
not the overall ad
You
valorem, but
could
the
add-
1.4.
No, sir, just the 1.4, the capital outlay.
Okay, all right. So, but you'll be at about a little over half of what your potential or allowable debt load would be at the end of the day.
Correct.
Okay. And then, with regard to the impact fee study, how many times has this been discussed at the school board level? This is a question for the board, not,
The study itself? Sorry.
What?
I don't know if I have an idea exactly how many, wants to know how many times we discussed impact fees.
The report from Mr. Bowles? This
Yes.
is the third time we've heard from him, and we've discussed it frequently. Is that what you're asking?
that was what the first time I heard about impact fees was when I met with Mr. Rostick and found out that we were going to have this meeting.
Okay.
So I didn't know, I haven't seen anything in the news or public meetings about the possibility of pursuing impact fees prior to, the last month or so.
May I?
When we heard from Mr. Bowles, we weren't discussing impact fees at the time. We were just discussing the growth and then talking about what we were going to do to take care of that growth.
And I don't want to come across as harsh.
It's fine.
I think, and I think our goal is not to second guess the school board. That's not our charge. Our charge is to work with you. Your board wants to do the best for Santa Rosa County from an education perspective and a quality of life perspective. You don't have blinders on. Our board wants to do the best thing for Santa Rosa County when we're talking about education and our residents and our taxpayers. So we need to work together. I was just looking through different counties and the way they've approached it. Seminole County amended their impact fee 2018, I think. They took 18 months, the school board, to study impact fees, and they held 17 public meetings and workshops with the community, the business groups, chambers of commerce, before they brought a recommendation to the county commissioners to implement the impact fees. They laid the groundwork before bringing it to the board, because we're the ones that ultimately have to pass the resolution and impose the impact fees. So I just wanted to get some feel for how much of that have you done? How many public workshops have you had to discuss input, or to discuss impact fees, to solicit input from the community?
To my knowledge, I remember specifically last September, the board commissioned and began to discuss an impact fee study. It emanated out of workshops that we had with regard to budgeting growth. It also emanated out of the joint meetings that we had over the past 4 years. I certainly understand and I will accept your criticism, but I don't think it's appropriate maybe to characterize us as not having addressed this over a lengthy period of time. We commissioned that study in October, and it became very apparent over in January that we would move in that direction. And of course, the board decided to move forward with it. So I understand your sentiment regarding not doing what Seminole County did when they reauthorized their impact fee. We are here today because of the necessity of looking at the impact fee as a vital resource, and we'll continue to move in that direction.
Commissioner Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent Board, thanks. I'm happy to see this meeting happen. I hope we can have more of these in the future, not just on the impact fees or when we need something from each other, but we can work together, you know, as we go forward with Santa Rosa County. I've got a lot of questions. I'm the new guy. I'll play Chairman Parker's old role and try and go through these in some semblance of order. You mentioned the PICO funds go to charter schools. I don't want to debate charter schools because we'd be here all day. Do we know of any more? I know there's one down by me on the south end that's expanding still. Do you guys have any insight into charter schools, and are they coming, are they expanding to take off some of that heat from you all, or is there any way we could help you get that information?
Well, basically, at this point in time, there are 2 approved charter schools in our school district. We have one, it's an ESE pre-K site up on Stewart Street. It is run by the United Cerebral Palsy and provides a great service for the school district and for those children. The other is the Learning Academy, which is a site for alternatively placed regular education students that have committed an infraction, which would send them there. They do not earn an awful lot of FTE from that standpoint. They're not large schools. Mr. Emerson handles that portion of the house, if you will. But I don't mind saying that I sat on a committee that he had to put together a few months ago, where we did have an armed services charter school that petitioned the school district. They did not meet the requirements. Their packet was incomplete and lacked some substance, and so it was thus denied. And the school board, approved the denial for us from that standpoint. And then they've been notified that they will not be able to be a charter school this year. That doesn't mean they won't come back the next year to do that.
Okay.
Those are the 2 that are in
Okay,
existence.
so then I guess to clarify, like private schools.
Yeah, the one on 399 Gulf
Yeah,
Point Academy, that's a private school.
Right. Do we have
So
any?
that's not it. No, sir, I'm sorry.
My bad for mixing the 2 up, but do we have any insight into, are there more private schools coming? Are they expanding? Do we stay in the loop with them? I mean, would the first notice we get be, request for a development order to build a private school? Just curious how that process works. Or if you guys are in the loop on that.
We seldom are in the loop. You probably hear before we do. The private schools do not need our permission, and technically, charter schools can place a charter school through the Schools of Hope without our permission as well. We do receive that. We've had 2 applications in 11 years for charter schools. I think that's going to grow. I think the request for charter schools over the next 5 and 10 years is going to increase. It has become kind of a function of Florida and has been encouraged as well. The other piece of that is the voucher program, which we won't get into today too much, but it is another measurement, an opportunity for students to leave public school and go to to private and even public. And so we're seeing a little bit of that as well. So yeah, there's some alternatives there, but it doesn't, and if I'm getting to the point, it doesn't keep up with the growth that we have. Not against private schools, certainly not against public charters. There's some pluses and minuses to both. Just wish there were a little more accountability in the charter side, and we would like that as well. So at present, I'm sure there are some private schools that are out there and that are growing. I'm not aware of them.
Okay, thank you. And as far as loss, we talked a lot about that when we met, Tim. And just a question, because I get a lot of questions on loss. We're obviously trying to get our full penny through, and we're doing our best to show people what we've done with that local option sales tax. And as I was just going through your list here in the book today, is there any way you could quantify how many student stations you've added with that $86 million in loss? So, you know, kind of as a PR thing and an open thing, when you go after sales taxes, going, hey, there are very, very good things happening with sales tax, and here it is. You know, so if there's a way we could quantify how many student stations over the last 10 years or 80, you know, whatever that total is you got here, I think it's 86 million in local option sales tax. Hey, this is what we've been able to build as far as student stations. You know, the maintenance and stuff, I understand you got to do maintenance, and there's a lot of that in there. But, and then also on that, you know, I get a lot of comments from folks that like our LOST committee. That actually, you know, they don't approve our lost projects, but they're kind of a sanity board check. Not saying you all are doing it wrong, but I mean, it's just one of those things folks go, hey, I want to be on this committee. I got people beating my doors down now to be on committees, to be more involved. Have you all considered implementing something like that? Maybe an LOST committee made up of teachers or private citizens and stuff that go, hey, here's how we're spending your tax dollars. It seems to benefit us.
If that's the wishes of the board, we certainly will go there. It has been entertained before. As a matter of fact, before the last referendum, I believe it was entertained, and that board decided not to move in that direction. So we'd be glad to look at it as well. To your point about using lost dollars to build capacity, if I remember correctly, Mr. Harrell, I think you gave me a figure, and it was somewhere near 4 schools. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly 4 schools. I'm sorry, I'm not, but we have added a lot of student stations with using the local option sales tax. But keep in mind, we've also used a lot of money out of the 1.4 mills to build that. I think that's a more reasonable number to look at. You know, we focus on the local option sales tax, and that's fine. But there's also we combine those capital revenues to take care of the school district in a lot of different ways. And so what you'll also see is that through the 1.4 mills, when we think of capital outlay expenditures, you've got to keep in mind there are a lot of items that come off the top of that 1.4 mills before we ever put it into a classroom. We're putting it into a classroom indirectly. 2.3 million going into a bus lease to run buses every year. You're looking at dollars that go into property casualty insurance, $1 million this year because of the hurricanes. That number's going to, so when you start removing some of those, you start seeing that number dwindle quite quickly. And again, then you're starting to look at those non-survey recommended items that have to be done, that if they're not in the survey, you can't use the millage money for. So it allows you, as long as we're staying within the referendum and we're utilizing those monies as they've been voter approved, then we are in compliance. And that's where we've been. So sometimes we look at just classrooms, and I want to kind of go back to that as I talk. It goes back to that slide that I had that said it's a two-edged sword. If we continue to add capacity, we're not going to be able to build the next school. And we're running out of locations to do to build that capacity, and we need to build those schools in those locations. So it's gotten to a point where we had to reduce that, if you will. We had to get away from that, and we did have to start leasing portables, because those portables can go back and those student stations will be removed, and then these will take the place of that. Yep. So I think that we have to be very careful, because what we kind of did, to be honest with you, we worked ourselves, the board, we worked ourselves into that corner, because again, we were so adamant about it was less expensive to add classrooms when you had all the ancillary spaces already located at those schools, adding on to your kitchens or cafeterias without building a whole new kitchen cafeteria or a new gymnasium or whatever. But now we've gotten to the point to where we've got to move to the new school scenario, if you will. So,
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I just look at loss because that's the only tax we ask the taxpayers to
Absolutely.
impose on themselves.
Great question.
So that's where I like to be
yes, sir.
completely transparent
Yes,
with
sir.
what we're doing with the money they've voluntarily given us, because really ad valorem, they don't really get to vote on that in a booth. So that's just the reasons I asked that. Let's see, real quick, try to hurry up. So the impact fees you're all proposing, 5,000 countywide for single-family homes. Let's just look at that one. So if those fees, because I'm going to get these questions, because I live in one of the populated areas. If we build 1,200 homes on the south end, in mine and Commissioner Lynchard's district, and we give $5,000 a piece for those, how do we explain to folks that they may not get a new school? It may be built up in Pace or Chumuckla or Jay even, because we tried, when we had impact fees, we regionalized them, and say, hey, we're going to use it to the impact to that area. How do we help you explain to folks that, hey, if you're paying from Navarre, you may not see a new school for 10 years at the high school, but we're going to build one or two more up north. Those are things I struggle with how to explain that to folks.
Let me make, one of the reasons that we arranged and reported the data with North County and South End, while you have greater flexibility if the fees can be collected and used anywhere within the district, there is clearly a distinction between South End and North County that I think everyone understands. And so while the resolution, so I'm simply pointing out that I would not recommend that it's broken down any more, any finer grain than that, because now you start to get into issues of not being able to collect enough money in a particular area to do anything with it. And so you need significant flexibility. But that's actually a decision the school board would make in terms of how much dollars were actually expended. The requirement is that you have to show the rational nexus, that there's a rational nexus of how the impact is created, and then you have to be careful about how it's spent to show that these dollars are being spent for that new capacity based on some acceptable rationale.
So that'd be something we'd see in the resolution you all proposed to us on how the impact fees would be divvied up, if at all, or spread, how they're to be used. Because that, again, that's where I try to get to is, if we're going to impose these on folks, we need to be full up front. Here's where it's going to. So hopefully we can get all that in the resolution, as you guys bring that forward, so we can explain that to folks. The other question I have, numbers guy, we do about 1,500 homes, Sean, 1,700 homes permits a year for single-family homes.
Yes.
I believe we batted that around. So at $5,000, if they were all single-family, that's about $8.75 million a year.
That's right.
So based on Elkhart being $38 million, we're looking at collecting impact fees for 5 years before I know you could take loans and things on them, but to me, the impact fees aren't guaranteed, because if all of a sudden building stops, so we're looking at least 5 years of collecting impact fees to pay a school without any debt. Is that?
Let me make a comment about generally impact fees cannot be used to bond because they are unpredictable. That doesn't mean they can't be used to pay off debt that has been incurred, to pay off that indebtedness, as long as it's being directed, meeting the test of the second part of the dual rational nexus. It's for new facilities. So it's not necessary that you accumulate the dollars and then spend them. There are ways to do that and still meet those tests.
Shuffle the funds around, but so because that's all I'm looking at. I mean, our biggest year of building homes was, I think, in 2005, if I'm not mistaken. It was just over 2,000.
Yeah.
So, 7-8 million is a lot, but it still doesn't even come close to the half-cent sales tax. So I'm just wondering, what's the whole capital plan for this, so when we consider it?
over the last about 5 years, as I mentioned earlier, the home builder study that was done, I think in 2017, they projected about 1,500 homes a year. What we've been seeing in the last few years is pretty close to that, except it's vacillating around. The actual number last year was 1,738 single-family and mobile homes. There were no apartment units added. This year, through April, it's 1,610. You multiply that by 3 times, you get 1,800. So it's in that 1,500 range, but going up. You're right, when you look at what occurred back in the 2000s, there were some extraordinary years of in the over 2,000 units.
Yeah.
Do you return to that?
I don't know if we have that much land.
Let me
left.
simply say that one of the characteristics of the impact fees is they're paying for capacity generated. If you get that kind of growth, you're going to be seeing revenues from impact fees that correspond to the need for those student stations that's being created. It's a direct, it's directly connected to growth based on the impact that each unit creates.
And then just because it's a South End thing, you mentioned the new high school that's needed on the South End. Today's dollar's 80 million. If that's not 10 years out, I mean, I know you said you were going to share the land use with me and that. I mean, I really want us to work together, because as we go through these planning and zoning things and we're approving things, the more insight we have into what you're all thinking can influence us up here on this board to work together to make sure we're helping the problems and one's not compounding the other, so.
I agree, and I'd like to say that as someone who served on the zoning board for 2.5 years, it'd probably be really good if the zoning board members watched this to understand the restrictions that Mr. Harrell has in what we actually have as flexibility or complete lack of in when we build a school and how we build a school, and that it's all directed by DOE.
And if I could just piggyback off a couple of things that you've asked, which are great questions. Number one is about we certainly don't anticipate the impact fees covering the entire cost of a school. That would be nice, but we certainly don't envision that. Again, going back, I didn't have this hope a month ago, but I have this hope right now that those funds could help close the gap in those overages. Continue to remember that the state, even though they're going to reassess how they look at the cost per student station maximums, that's not going away. And so there will be another way of determining. They will come up with a way to determine how that cost per student station is applied, whether it's applied to the first 4 districts in Florida and then the next 4. And I don't know how that's going to happen, but that still will be with us. The positive behind this is it would not only allow you to pay off or allow the school district to pay off incurred debt as long as those funds are available, and we must expend them within 3 years. Gene, correct me if I'm wrong.
They usually have to be, this depends on your own policy, but
Okay.
usually have to be expended within 6 years.
Okay.
You might be able to stretch that to 10, but the idea is that they have to be expended within a reasonable period of time.
On capacity enhancing projects during the time that they're collected. So in the other portion of that is to close that gap that I mentioned with that new legislation that's sitting there. So we know to build the schools, we can't do it for what the state's saying to do it. And I hate to say this, but I feel like I'm on the cutting edge every time. We're the first school district to do this since this new law got enacted. So we're trying to make this work. But if we can use those funds to pay that overage, that means we can build a complete school, hopefully, if we have those additional funds set aside, which we're trying to do, in order to cover that gap so that we continue to stay within the state statutes. That's what I would foresee those funds being used at.
Okay, that helps.
Making up the difference.
Yeah, that helps, because a lot of folks hear an impact fee, it's going to build a new school because we're collecting it and stuff, so that's just part of that.
It can be used for,
Openness.
it certainly can be and should be used for that, or to pay that debt at least, and then free up other capital outlay dollars to be used in a different direction.
Yep, I
Absolutely.
just try and do a little more
No, sir,
educating
I
than the
appreciate that.
30-second Facebook post, so yeah, that helps.
Another part, not to, and I know I don't want to chase a squirrel, but to go back to one of those statements that was also made about as we educate, as the Planning and Zoning Board looks at that, keep in mind, as I talked about those educational service areas, as those new developments are coming along, we are required, I may have said this, but I want to make sure that I do say this, we are required to look at each one of those individually. It's not a cumulative effect. Therefore, if there are 10 different developments that are coming down the pipe, and we see those, even if I see 2 or 3 during the same meeting, that may add 200 homes. I can't look at this one 50, this one 75, this one 50, and those cumulatively push us over the edge. I am required to look at each one of those individually, and if we have space available, then we as a board have to move forward. That can make it difficult, and I've had those discussions with 2011, discussing how does that look? What about that cumulative effect? Because I think it all makes sense to us, that's what's happening, but you don't know when that building development's gonna come in, and it's not fair to that builder to stop them at that point in time. So there's reasons behind that, but that makes it difficult, and one of the reasons why a lot of approvals are done.
I like Ms. Boston's suggestion, if they're not watching, maybe we can get you one night to go brief the Planning and Zoning Board just like you briefed us, so we can get that out there for everybody
Yes, sir.
to hear. That would be awesome.
Absolutely.
That's all I have right now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beach. I only have 3 questions total, 2 for the board or collectively, and 1 for Mr. Bowles. But before I insert those, I feel sort of to be harmonious with Mr. Rosdick and Ms. Boston having the chance to have a statement. I first want to recognize that clearly, I don't want to, please forgive sort of our board for lack of, we're on the tail end of this and trying to understand. And I think just to echo, as you said, I know when we go out here and talk with citizens, it is very tough, especially in a short nugget of time, to explain the challenges we face. And when we talk about the importance of legislation and losing SCOP dollars and then, being on a string to hope and pray for legislation to get SCOP dollars back and different, sort of basically unfunded mandates. So again, I want to say that we do appreciate not only the board members here present and the superintendent here present, but also, just like I tell these gentlemen at nearly the end of every meeting, also appreciate the boards that come before us. I know clearly, even you showed in Garner Economics, our own economic development study that we hired a professional to do, classified the school board as the #1 drive, or the quality education is the #1 drive that people saw for the community. So please don't take the questions in an adversarial nature. I applaud, truthfully, the complexity, and I sort of say jokingly, I feel like you've all made it easy to stay with today, and I appreciate that, because I could jokingly say we've got Kopi and coffee and all kind of different pico and fun. So again, I want to commend you all for having to deal with this and the ever-changing. So my first question, with the last comment of, I wish, in hindsight, I would have had the forethought, even though, as Senator Broxton and probably our 2 state representatives, I'm sure, have well been there to try to champion. I wish I would have invited those in hindsight to be here today. But my first question, with all seriousness, to make sure this isn't one of those things that get lost at the end, for those folks that obviously care enough to be here, I'm sure they'll care enough to pick up a phone call. What bill number could these folks that are here today and that are watching online call down there and let the governor's office know that, hey, we need to make sure this gets approved and not vetoed? Because really, many of the conversations we've had today hinge on making sure this legislation passes through that executive branch at the state level. And if we don't have it, we can get it. I know, and not to put you on the spot, but if folks care enough to come to the meeting, clearly you could care enough to let the governor's office know, hey, we need to be able to have this local control, and sounds like, 8 trips to Tallahassee. It sounds like you've been working hard on it. So I want to give that opportunity to let our citizens know how they can get engaged at a state policy level to help you with that.
Yeah, actually, we just received an email on it today, and it is Senate Bill 7070.
Okay, so that's Senate Bill 7070. So write that down, and if you could call the governor's office and let them know how crucial this is for our community, because they don't have the luxury of having good attendance like we do at many of our local meetings. Second question is, I have no clue, but I could see where I had a student actually recently at an FFA banquet come up, and he had asked a question in relation to this as far as he was speaking on one of our more rural schools. And then we started talking about the classroom, and I'm following you here as far as if we have the capacity. With the portable buildings that we lease those, I guess this is a two-pronged question. One, do we have the ability to, if we removed some of those portable buildings, now that I'm hearing about the 105% constraint, if we remove some of those, and like you said, it'd be a painful time, but would that put us to the point where we could say we have a more immediate need? And that may be sort of a non-point if this legislation went through. But I don't know if I'm making sense with that question.
I'll let you answer, then I'll.
It is. So we've got two parts to that puzzle. In my infinite wisdom, and I say that jokingly, back in around 2009, we had several leased portables that we knew, we saw the growth continuing, and we knew that we needed to keep. In order to, again, be frugal and save taxpayer dollars, they had a fire sale, and the board approved, and we purchased those portables. That's not all of the portables, because we have a lot of leased portables as well. What I quickly found out was when you purchase those portables, those are considered permanent student stations for a period of 20 years. So those were built in 2004. So in 2024, they can be removed from our campus. So that would be a portion of those student stations that you're talking about. But at this point in time, they can't go. The portables that are leased that you're talking about, yes, we work those in as we're developing our 5-year survey. If you look at the 5-year survey, you will actually see projects in there that show we are removing student stations. That was a question that Ms. Hubershire asked the other day. How are we removing, 200 student stations from Milton High School? There's no need. I can only say it this way. It is an accounting measure. I have to be within the COFTE, not the number of students, or the survey does not get approved. And it has to be within, the unwritten rule is within, for a high school, 2 classrooms or 50 student stations. So if the COFTE is less by 52 stations, I've got to find somewhere to remove more out. So we show remodeling projects that, quite frankly, in some cases may not ever be done because we can't afford to lose those student stations. So, but it becomes a balancing act in order to make the survey GHOS, for lack of better words, to make it flush and receive approval. So can we remove some of those portables? Absolutely, we can. We show them working out. But for the time being, what you can do is you can show those remodeling out over a 5-year period. You don't want to remove them immediately. You build your schools, right? You start redistricting and put those students in there. Then you start removing those. But it does allow us to flexibility in the survey. Yes.
Not only flexibility in the survey, but flexibility moving from one school to the next school. That's the beauty of a portable building. The portables that are at Dixon Primary were not there last year, and we continue to have that modality, have that opportunity to move portables around. Decreasing capacity, and if where you're going, by removing portables would then create an issue of safety. Especially, I think, the school that you're speaking of, and I think the student that you're speaking of, you remove that portable, then you have an overcrowded classroom. The portables are only there to provide that relief of the capacity issue. So it's not going to help us, it's going to hurt us on the safety side.
And just to add to that, and I know this would be a curricular side, but I think, Bill, just correct me if I'm wrong, you can, the other portion of that is to be in class size compliance. So that's something that Bill has to work with on his side, so we can't exceed that class size amendment that's been there for several years. So those portables are there to accommodate that and to meet those state requirements that we face, or we are penalized for that on the operating side of the budget. So you start getting into situations, especially at some of the rural schools, some of the older schools, not just rural, we've got them in Gulf Breeze that are smaller classrooms because of when they were built back in the 70s, and so there are less student stations. So when you start looking at co-teaching experiences and you start putting 30 students, 35 students in some of those smaller classrooms, it just won't meet the needs of those students properly. So we have to be very careful when we look at removing those as well.
Thank you. I said this was sort of a two-point. It really still with the portables. If we're able to build new schools, so the first part was, yeah, do we get rid of them and does it help us get funding ahead? And I'm with you. As we build new schools, would that allow some removal of those portables then? And I tell you, this was actually posed to me by a parent from an angle I had never considered. And you would think after wearing a green uniform for a decade, I would have thought about this. But the parent asked us, if we built the new schools, would we be able to roll back on the number of portables from a school safety standpoint? You know, talking about nowadays, even some of the things you talked about with security measures. And I know I even play heck getting into the schools now to go talk with students because it's so secure.
Good, it's working.
Yeah, they sent me back to the car to get my driver's license. And, but they were talking about, you know, as we could bring it more in from a safety standpoint to a hardened structure. I didn't know if that was part of it, or would we still be relying on the portables, and I didn't know how to answer that.
No, I think you're exactly right. You know, our construction on our newer schools, I would say from the early 90s on, we try to put everything under one roof. We can't always accommodate that, especially in our high schools, but we do that, and that is a safety factor that is a wonderful part of many of our schools that we have. The portables outside of that, there can be those types of issues, and we understand parental concerns with that. But to go to your question, as we build those new schools, the capacity in the area in which those new schools are serving students, that is going to then remove the number of students that attend. If I put one in the middle of Pace, then Dixon Primary gets a few of those kids go there, Dixon Intermediate, Sims Middle School, if that's a K-8 school, and you start seeing, you reduce those numbers, therefore the need for those portables is not there, and those portables that have been leased are going to be sent back. The portables that are owned, we either leave them at that site, or we work and do a survey recommendation and move them to a site that does need them if there's room available. So that's the beauty of having those. We would still have to do a survey recommendation, but we would remove those as soon as we would love, and we were working hard to get to a point where there were no portable classrooms in Santa Rosa County, and we almost got there, and then it started swinging back the other way.
Thank you. That's the entirety of the questions I had, other than one from Mr. Bowles. I will say I cannot confirm any more than has already been confirmed how much I oftentimes, you know, it is funny. I catch some criticism and some positive, as well as we all have diverse backgrounds and different employment outside of this. And clearly, as a fellow that's as a real estate broker, I have the opportunity to have a lot of young families in my car, and many of them, as evidence, and as you stated, clearly do tell me, even in that intimate environment, that they're moving here, they want to put their kids in this quality school system, and they're moving here for that reputation. However, it sort of leads to the question that I do know from firsthand experience, many of these same couples, I wish more folks followed biblical Dave Ramsey principles, but unfortunately, even as the school board talked about with debt services and keeping them down, a lot of families are borrowing to max capacity, and I've gotten to hear, you know, where they're calling lenders and begging to get their qualification bumped up a few more $1,000s so they can put an offer in on a house. And especially when we're talking about the young families, you know, even families commensurate of my age and that are bringing these elementary school age kids in, and I wish they weren't borrowing as much, but it's sort of blown away to think about, even from mine and my wife's first house that we purchased for $70-something thousand to now a lot of these folks are buying their first house to close to $200,000. And I've kind of like I think it was Mr. Harrell or Mr. Ross that talked about you come talk with commissioners, and I'll tell you, I've learned more about stormwater than I ever thought I would have, and effluent discharge and all. And so now in the sort of supercharged, trying to get up to speed the last few weeks on this issue that obviously has strong emotional as well as I think backed up by documented arguments on both sides, and reading through it sort of leads me to the question of about the implementation of the 5,000 versus a more, I guess, a tiered implementation, such as when we do the fire MSBU below, I think 2,100, 2,200 square foot, it's a lower rate, and then above is a more, and especially, I know several folks that still live in mobile homes, and I know a guy that deals in mobile homes, and those are the families that are on the low end of the spectrum that, not everybody, but I can clearly tell you I've had them in my car that are struggling to get that first home, or they're struggling to buy a lot and put a mobile home because they can't build a home. And so I'm wondering, from your opinion, I don't know if that was a recommendation you brought to the board to do the flat fee, or if you have experience with some municipalities. I know there's a couple, I can't recall them exactly, to where they do more of a tiered structure. I think the person, to be honest with you, like myself, that lives in a house, a larger home that that costs more, I could absorb that fee much easier than that couple struggling to buy the $150,000 house. So I'm just wondering if you'll help me with that. That's probably the only animosity I have.
I think I can help to frame the issue a little bit. I think most of you know that I'm an urban planner by profession. I did what Mr. Ward did for many years in Hillsborough County and other places. The reason I say that is planners struggle with competing priorities. The need for infrastructure, the need for schools, and issues of affordable housing. And I would certainly would not even begin to suggest that it is obvious that $5,000 for a home that's $100,000 is a different impact than it is for a $300,000 home. The difficulty you have is that the impact is not different. The low-income home, for example, mobile homes in Santa Rosa County produce about the same number of students as a single-family detached does. I don't only use mobile homes, that typically would be probably an affordable housing kind of thing. So keep in mind that these are not taxes, they are impact fees designed to offset an impact. And so they have to be structured to reflect the impact that's created. And if you have an affordable home that's got 2 children in school as opposed to a single-family detached home that's got 2 children in school, they are having the same impact. Some communities will use funds. So if you subsidize the fee, you've got to pay for it somewhere else, or you lose the basic structure on which the impact fee is based, and that courts have largely approved as a legitimate kind of issue. Some communities that have housing programs, for example, might subsidize that in some way by paying a portion of that. I'm only suggesting that does occur. Now, I'm not aware that you have here in Santa Rosa County any program that would fit into that, but that would be, as I say, some communities do it. But it really becomes a question of whether or not the public benefit, looking at what is the true impact. Let me also point out that, and this comes from my experience in not only school impact fees, but impact fees generally. It's important to recognize when they should be collected. And they should be collected at the certificate of occupancy. In other words, at the time the impact is actually being created. And usually that means that it's amortized in the home, and I realize the issues of qualifying, these kinds of things. But looking at the impact of that given at that point in time. Now, the reason I point out it needs to be done at that point is if you impose the impact fee at the time of subdivision, now you're requiring the developer, in essence, to finance the impact fee, and then many of the homes in a subdivision might never actually produce a home, or certainly would not produce a home for a number of years. By attaching it to the building permit or certificate of occupancy, you're actually collecting at the time the actual impact is created. And usually at the time when the developer is finishing the completion and the home is paid for and probably mortgaged. So, but it's a question largely, we realize that impact is there. It's a question, does the public benefit of the public schools that it creates offset that? And so that would be the perspective I would give you on it. It is not something that we ignore by any means. It is simply the nature of impact fees that doesn't rest equitably and proportionally with all homes.
I just want to say I appreciate the idea. I'm not going to say it's novel, but to me, it's the first part of the things I had read talked about. Sometimes dollar for dollar actually increases because builders have to finance these fees. And so I thought it was interesting you mentioned that. Are there any other places that do that? I'm not sure. I always like to say I've paid an impact fee. I did one in 2007 when I built my first home or got our CO January 1st, you know. And I remember we paid it at the time of the building permit. Are there any other counties that you know of, just sort of in my reading or verification, it really has to do with the implementation, that do that wouldn't have it at a permit level, but would have it as more of a due upon CO or as a requirement of the CO checklist?
I wouldn't necessarily distinguish too much between building permit and CO, but one leads to the other. My point, though, is that and this just comes from experience of implementing impact fees and being involved in the government side of development. That's the point. The certificate of occupancy, a lot of things happen at that point in time. A lot of things are completed, et cetera. That, in my experience, and I'm talking about experience with what developers have conversations and negotiation with developers over the years, that's the point at which the impact is closest to the impact. You actually have a home that somebody can move into, and that's the point at which the impact fee is most appropriate. Now, how the particulars of each local government works depends on how their process works and what's the best way. But you certainly do not, in my opinion, want to be moving it up into the subdivision planning stage or anything that's any earlier than building permit.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bowles.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sullivan. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
I apologize, and then we'll get Commissioner Cole after that.
Okay. As we sit here, and we could probably have this meeting could probably go on at 10 o'clock at night.
Sure.
Based on all the questions that we have, like Commissioner Lynchard said, this is a lot of information that's been given to us over a short period of time. A couple of comments. When we do the impact fee study, we talk about the new people who are coming here versus the number of kids who graduate from high school every year who are local and they stay here and build a new home. Those are not new people coming here. Those are homegrown kids who are trying to figure out how to build a house. How do we explain that to people? That's one question. Second question is, there was a comment and I was trying to find it. There should not be a windfall for the public. Is that
To existing, in other words, you can't use the impact fee to pay for schools you've already built.
Okay.
To serve the existing population, yes.
As long as I got the question right. So how do we justify explaining to somebody who helped create the capacity issue, who's not paying the impact fee because they already live here, versus somebody who's moving here?
The people who live here, the homes that they live in, created that impact at some point in time.
Right. So they're getting a windfall.
Well, you basically paid for that through taxes.
Right.
You didn't use an impact fee to do it. An impact fee is a proportionate share payment for all practical purposes. You have not used those in the past. So essentially, when you moved into the community and bought your home, you had schools that community had paid for. The capacity was there. If no one ever moved in, if you didn't have any more homes, any more new students, you wouldn't need any more capacity. The whole concept of an impact fee is you're at least capturing that new impact that's created by that new home. Now, it's clear you're departing from the way you have done it in the past. But your choice, if you do not have the impact fee, it means that everybody continues to pay for that new capacity through their shared tax dollars in the way you've done it in the past. I'm simply saying that one of the things the impact fee addresses, it goes directly to new development, at least in part, paying its own way with regard to in this case, schools. Any impact fee is based in the same concept, whether it's roads or whether it's water and sewer. They all have that fundamental underpinning. Essentially, it's the new growth is paying, at least in part, for capacity that it's creating a need for, as opposed to it being spread over the entire community through a tax base.
My last comment will be, once again, I have a problem with making our children pay an impact fee. Thank you. No comment.
Okay.
Commissioner Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple things. Mr. Harrelson said earlier busing was a good idea, and then I think he later recanted on that. It was a good business decision, busing, because we had to move people around. You know, it's not the school board's situation. It's, well, it was good, I don't know exactly, you know, rezoning causes the busing, and, you know, it's a financial thing to move kids around busing them. And it's something you have to do. I mean, you know, because you have to fill those seats in other places. And this isn't on this school board, but it's on the legislature, like I started out earlier with. It takes away from the, you know, it costs more to bus kids out of school board coffers, and it takes away from the quality of life of that child when he, instead of spending 20, 30 minutes on a bus, he spends 2 hours on a bus. So that's, again, I'm just making some comments from, don't really have to respond, but something he said earlier, and then later it was, you know, kind of changed, but.
I'm sorry, I don't remember, I've said way too much probably, so I don't remember that exactly, okay. but I will say this, rezoning, redistricting, I know y'all say rezoning and we can get into that, but redistricting schools is a natural part, if you want to call it, of the evolution of the growth of a school district. And where there is capacity available, we have to fill that capacity. We're admonished to do that, and that is the process. I understand that, and I don't disagree with that from the standpoint of, while it disrupts families, it's if you want to call it a business decision, because taxpayers have paid to have student stations and have capacities throughout the school district, and every school district wrestles with this, because there are times when an area is filled, and then as that community ages, that it ebbs and flows, and that population will be somewhere else. And then that we still have capacity at that school. So I'm saying I understand the rezoning and the placing those students there. And yes, we do have to transport them. I mean, that's a true fact. I will just carry that one step further, if I may. And that was one of the defenses, if you want to call it, are parts of our presentation to the Department of Education, and the Chancellor and the Commissioner of Education several years ago, was we used GIS data to look at trip miles and looked at how much would it cost if we did not have a school on the south end of Santa Rosa County that we need, and we were having to rezone students from that area across the bridge up to Benny Russell, which would then force students, if you will, on up into the north end. And we developed all of that trip mileage, put numbers to that, calculated what it would cost to go across the bridges, the impact that you can't even see to parents that live in that area that have to come across that bridge, all of those things. And that helped solidify, in my opinion, to a great deal, the need for that school down there. While the cost did not generate it, that was part of our argument.
Oh, good. Keep beating them over the head.
We're trying. We're doing that. Yes, sir.
And anything I think this board can help, you know, I think we will. I kept hearing exponential growth, but yet the growth over the years since 1992 has been approximately 1,500 to 1,800 homes a year. So I don't see where all of a sudden that's exponential. But yet the school board gets, to me, exponential amount of money compared to what the county has to run off of. And when you take a piece of dirt, today it's dirt, it brings in very little in ad valorem, and put that new person's home on there, whether they be, as Commissioner Salter explained, a native son, native daughter that's now built a home and living in the county. That dirt was dirt yesterday, and today it's $1,800, $2,400 on the tax rolls. So that growth is not being looked at. I mean, we keep saying all these new people need to pay the impact of this, but yet they are paying. They're adding to that tax roll, and that's where I have a hard time before with the impact fees, and again, I'm going to have a hard time with the impact fees. The fact that on this table 20, it doesn't even give a conservative increase in the LOST over the years. To me, again, that's misleading. And then Ms. Boston kind of opened the door on educating our zoning people. You've had a seat at that board for years. I mean, to be there to educate those people, or somebody in your capacity to educate those people, that's when it should have been done. Yes, I have to move these people around, but I want you as a zoning board to know this is the outcome. And so to say we need to reach out and ask them to watch this tonight, I think there's been that opportunity there that's been missed. So again, I don't see where we have exponential growth. I see where perhaps, and I'm not knocking the school board because we've done the same thing, but perhaps lack of planning, lack of good planning. We did the same thing on our fire tax. We didn't plan for the growth in fire departments, the growth in the county, and when we increased the fire tax exponentially, we got clobbered over the head with it. And so that's something that us as a board, we've learned, okay, we need to raise this a little bit at a time, keep up with the economics of the day, so we don't get hit over the head again. So these are just some things, I wanted to express, because you're going to be asking me to support this, and right now, I can't support it.
Mr. Cole, may I just interject, just a comment?
Yes, sir.
Would the Board of County Commissioners consider giving the school board real authority and some privilege and power to deny growth and growth development? Currently, on the planning and zoning, we have only comment capability, non-voting membership. Would you consider exercising that as an option? I know you won't settle that today. We're just having discussion. Exponential growth is real. It's here. We're feeling it. I certainly understand that you feel it. It would be commensurate to you saying to the public, you need a half-cent sales tax or an additional half-cent sales tax. That would indicate that you have, quote-unquote, mismanaged or not planned appropriately. You haven't. The exponential growth is catching up with you just like it's catching up with us. So as I shared earlier, we're very similar. You need another half-cent sales tax to be able to accommodate your infrastructure, or as you have shared that as to be important. We see the impact fees as our only other measure in order to be able to accommodate the growth. So much as I appreciate your insight and analysis of our current financial and capital plan, I will share with you very wholeheartedly, we have been good stewards of those dollars. The impact fee is our only other resource. We don't have the advantage as you do to advance yet another half-cent sales tax on the general public. So I just share with you, if you're willing to give us, as a board, real authority to say, no, and let's just do away with the zones that we have to operate in and do away with the non-cumulative effect, then we would have an opportunity to make some real impact with regard to controlling growth. Thank you.
Well, again, we are not going to settle that today, but it's something that we would need to consider by all means. But again, that should have been expressed, I believe. And one other thing, and I think Elaine kind of expressed this, and so did Sam a little. This was brought on us all of a sudden, and Commissioner Lyncher made a good comment. It hasn't been vetted through the public, through public hearings and comment time. If we seen, and we had very short time to ramp up on this. I relayed this to the county administrator, and he wasn't aware of it when I questioned him on it. So for, let's say, less than 6 weeks, this board's been aware of the concern and the ask for this impact fee. I don't think it's fair on us to put it on an agenda at this time. I don't think it's fair on the public. I think the school board needs to step back, if you came to us with public support, that we've held X number of workshops, we've reached out to the public, we've talked to X number of people that are your constituents, and they support this, it'd be a whole lot easier pill for me to swallow. And I know we did that, and I think it would only be fair for us to expect the school board to do that.
With a great deal of respect, and I do share my respect for your comments, we began this process almost 7 months ago. We've had articulation with the board, we've had public meetings, we've had public hearings. Also, over the past 3 years, we've had 2 joint sessions with the Board of County Commissioners. It is an impossibility for anyone not to see and hear the message we have sent over the past 3 years. We were growing, are growing, and we weren't able to keep up with that growth. We petitioned and asked for an examination of both planning and zoning and capacity building for us and for you. And we're here today because this is our last resort. As much as I appreciate that insight, that voice has been shared with you, has been shared with others as well. You have a month in which, and you're talented men, you will have a month in which to analyze this 6 weeks from Sunday. I think you'll find the data is right. I think you'll find the numbers and the nexus is there. And we are going to move it forward to you, and what you do with it certainly is of your choosing. If we don't go in this direction, then I would advise for you to advise us how we can manage and control the growth in center of the county so that we can appropriately build schools. Thank you.
All right. Have any questions from any other board members before? I know we had docketed here. I know it's went close to, we had initially scheduled around 2 to 5, but clearly we've had a lot of folks stick with us. So I think it'd be appropriate that we go ahead and open it to public forum. We'll get Mr. Harrell and his counterparts in a more comfortable chair. If you could just grab that one for me, if you don't mind, Mr. Harrell, or just move that middle one. I just don't want somebody to trip. That middle one, will you just grab that chair? Thank you. I hate to put you on it. I just don't want somebody to trip. And if you would, I'd like an opportunity to speak. Just please come forward. And when you get up here to the microphone so that Mrs. Rice can get it for our minutes, if you'll just state your name and address for the record, please. All right. Yes, come forward.
All right. Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Deborah Bankus, 4112 Sheridan Drive in Pace. School board, I don't know where the other gentleman went, but thank you for coming up here, for coming. Sorry, can you all hear me? Okay, thanks. Thank you for coming to present the problems that our county is experiencing with the rapid growth. You'd have to be blind not to see what's going on in the county, gentlemen. I live right in the heart of Pace, and I'll tell you something. It would probably be 6 months before you'd ever hear a siren. I'm serious. Yesterday, I think I've heard 3, maybe 4 sirens just in one day. Today, I heard 1 or 2. Just that right now, just that noise is evident, the noise of the growth. We've got to find a way to pay for this growth because it's affecting the infrastructure. The school board, they know how much it costs per house that's built, how much that costs per student. These are real facts that they're giving. What I think the county needs to do is to step up. I mean, planning and zoning, these guys can only do so much, but you need to find out the cost per home, per single-family home, what that impact has on a community. Dan, has any of that study been done? Do we have a cost? What the infrastructure impact is per new home being built?
We have not commissioned a study or an analysis of other impacts separate from what the school board undertook on this, in this analysis. We do not have one. The last time that was done was in 2004, 2005.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I want that made. I want that known. Because, first of all, I can see you're kind of looking at me. I do have, it's called vocal spasmodic dysphonia. So it's not a stutter, but my vocal cords don't come together, so sometimes I'm difficult to understand. So I apologize for that. It's a handicap. Okay, so the school board came here. Look at the work that they've done. Look at the numbers. Look what the state's tying their hands. They're coming to the county saying, hey guys, look, we can't, it's costing too much. We don't have the funds. When somebody moves here, that costs every single resident in the county money. That costs us. It costs us dearly. There's a lot of people in favor of having the impact fee, and it's just like the one gentleman sitting over there with the gray hair, saying that the impact fee is here to pay for the impact that new building brings to a community. Who's going to pay for this? Who's going to pay for our roads? Who's going to pay for our schools? I've got my sister-in-law. She was a para-teacher with the school system. She told me, she said, they're putting kids in closets. They're using closet space to try to let the kids come into their schools.
Ms. Banks, I don't want to be rude
Oh,
at all.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm on a time
We're going to try
thing.
to wrap it because I know a lot
Okay.
of these folks have.
All right. There is something here. I do want to mention this. Dan, I would really like to see the county start doing a study, what the impact is on the county infrastructure with all of these new subdivisions coming in. That really needs to be done. I know there's traffic studies done. Roads can only reach a certain amount of traffic. We know about stormwater, don't we, Mr.
Right.
Parker?
Thank you.
Okay, listen, I do want to say something here. Somebody really needs to double check on the number of homes that have been platted, because according to public records in 2018, 568 new homes were approved for development, so I'm not really sure that the numbers are correct. Heads up on that. So that's all I've got to say. I'm in favor of the impact fee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just remind you, name and address for the record.
Kenneth Witt, 5670 Wind Run Place in Pace, Florida. And I am a state licensed residential contractor, and I definitely oppose your impact fees that you're trying to get. I have been up here before and said maybe impact fees are something to look at. I've been in front of you commissioners many times. We're looking at streams of revenue for our county. Impact fees aren't it. It's not it. It's not something you can stand on. Commissioner Lynchard, I don't know what the offense was taken by the school board. A bunch of us are thinking the same thing. I just heard about this a couple of weeks ago. I'm not a commissioner. I'm not a school board member. I don't have kids in public schools, nor would I. So I just wanted to say that. I don't know where the offense was taken with you and Commissioner Cole. Data with this report, data outcome is relevant to what your input is or isn't. When it was asked about charter schools, they reluctantly didn't tell you about Frank Lay's school, Lead Academy, Pat Daniels School, Victory Performing Arts Academies. There's private schools, there's homeschooling, there's a lot of things that address the extra population. I also believe that what Commissioner Salter said also, if you're here and you're raising kids, you didn't pay, or somebody gifted you a house or something like that and you're raising 20 kids, that's the impact's only going again. Do you think I'm going to absorb that $5,000? I'm passing it on to them. They're going to tack it onto their mortgage. It's just not a good stream of revenue. It's not. So I'm totally against it. It's poor planning is, that doesn't make an emergency on my part, and I don't want to pay impact fees. I don't think anybody coming over here, as far as the schools being the number one reason, I disagree with that. We have military and everything else. There's all kinds of other reasons to come here. Rezoning, that's not the end of the world, because your kids have to make changes. Parents lose jobs all the time. There's a lot of things that change. It's rezoning and, busing. Another thing, school board needs to look from within also. Tighten your belt up a little bit. I look at your school buses that are empty. They're empty. Your school lines, go down Berry Hill Road, look at the rider line. Go to the elementary school on 90. Try to get down there, Alyssa's Road and all that. Look at all the riders, but you still have the same amount of buses with 3 kids on them. So maybe you can tighten the belt from within a little bit, maybe tighten up a little bit there. So I don't have any questions for anybody. I think Commissioner Cole's dead on it with the half cent. It took a lot to get the half cent. Maybe we can get it again. That's a good stream of revenue. Everybody pays. It's not on the property owner. Owning property used to be an asset. It's becoming a liability. Every time we add taxes, impact fees and stuff like that. No questions, just thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. Yes, sir, if you would, just as you come forward, I'll remind everybody, if I remember, just give Ms. Rice your name and address for the record.
Steve, this is my wife, Hope Branham. We are at 5815 Mossy Creek Lane, Ashley Plantation.
We wanted to come to you guys as new residents to the area. We moved here to Santa Rosa County in August of 2017. We came and we rented a house at first, and then we purchased July 2018. We looked at Milton, Crestview, Niceville, Destin, Gulf Breeze, and Pensacola before we settled on Pace. Unfortunately, we were not aware of the school struggle. When looking, we focused on the school ratings and proximity to our business. So one of the main reasons that we purchased in Pace was because of the school ratings. So when somebody says that doesn't have an impact, they're clearly mistaken. So we come to you as recent homeowners to give you our opinion on the impact fees. We are in favor of the impact fees, and this is the first school district that we have lived in that does not have an impact fee, and the first school district that has an elementary school that is the same age as my son's kindergarten teacher. I was completely surprised when she told me that she went to kindergarten there. So that gives you kind of an idea of how old the schools are in this district. And in this district, we also paid more than double for our home here. The discussion among the people is that the Board of County Commissioners and the builders think that it will make housing unaffordable. The proposed impact fee of $5,000 by the school board would translate to a mere $30 per month on a 30-year mortgage with a 6% interest rate. I would be more than happy to pay $30 a month to contribute to my child's education and that of the children in my community. On the argument that it will make housing unaffordable, I'd like to remind everyone that you have options when purchasing a home. You don't have to buy a brand new home. You can purchase a resale. And furthermore, if $30 is going to make that big of an impact on a person's affordability, they might want to re-examine if that's the house for them or if it's the right time to buy. Lastly, I'd like to appeal to you on a personal level. Our daughter is on her 5th elementary school, and we moved here ready to put down roots and grow with our community. The school dilemma has been a source of constant stress for us. This is affecting real family and real children that live here right now. And I, along with many of the other residents, feel that it's irresponsible not to have an impact fee.
Basically, touching on that, to touch on Commissioner Salter's comment on the about somebody out of high school buying a new home and they're having to pay for it when they didn't, with the impact fee now, when they didn't have it then. Most kids don't buy a new house out of school. They buy a resale. Starter home. And starter home. And also, if you do the half-cent tax, well, that affects them buying the resale. So now you're affecting them without the impact fee. The impact fee, they buy a resale, they're not affected. Half-cent sales tax, they're affected because they're buying a resale. They have to pay that $1,000 on a $200,000 house. So it makes a difference. That's all we got.
Thank you for your comment. I just want to, as y'all leave, you don't have to address it, just for point of clarification, because I guard the sales tax because it is instrumental to our school system and it's instrumental to us. So I don't believe that we oppose, or any sales tax on real estate transactions. I think that's state-only tax. So we don't get to collect that, and that's not
Oh,
a
that's
point of argument.
state only? Okay, I
Yeah,
got you.
I just want to say that because the school board and the county both vitally need the sales tax. So I want to make sure we just let folks know that is not
No
collected
taken.
on real estate transactions.
And I can say that from the discussion that I have with the residents in the area, that they are in support of the increase in the tax, but not without the impact fee.
Okay, thank you.
We've seen a lot more support for both than one or the other.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Just reminded, just name and address for Ms. Rice on the record. Thank you.
Eric Heitch, 5919 Cromwell Drive in Pace. I just really wanted to come up here and talk from a personal perspective, as I have 3 kids, 2 in middle school, 1 in high school, and my wife is a teacher. All the classrooms that they are all in are busting at the seams. Even though that we may not have reached the 105% cap that is being talked about, they're all busting at the seams. There's more kids than can be handled right now. With the impact fees, I think personally that this would give the school districts the option and the capability to alleviate some of that pressure that they're being felt right now. Now, I do notice that the room is pretty empty right now, and it's because of the timing of the meeting. And I understand why, but there are no teachers that were able to be here today because they are all in school. So their voice being absent is what you're missing here. And what they're going to tell you, and what they have told me, and what I have heard from multiple teachers through the last year, is if there's not something done, you're going to reach overcapacity and it's going to start hurting the kids. And that's really what this is all about. It's all about the kids and all about the education of the kids. So I am personally in support of the impact fees. And I have nothing further if y'all have any questions.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else would like to speak again? Just I'll let you work out the order amongst yourself, and just remember name and address for the record. Thank you.
Peter Harris Inman, 3583 Laguna Court, Gulf Breeze. Interesting meeting. I think the problem or the bigger issue is budgeting. If I understood it correctly, the sales tax that was implemented was created under the pretense that it was going to be used to build schools. Was the last, it's at 2008 to 18, is that correct? Anyway, it's $83 million have been collected, I believe. Since then, with that tax, we've incurred another $30 million in debt from leasing properties of our high school and those things. That's $110 million. And I understand you guys are about to ask for another $38 million bond. Is that tomorrow or this next week? And if that happens before the impact decision is made, the impact fees won't be able to be used towards any of that debt. Is that correct? Because it's a previous impact, or the impact was prior to the ordinance or whatever it's stated. So we're moving forward, and basically over 10 years, we're at $140 million over budget. We're not operating within our budget, $14 million a year. So you're asking for more money to build schools, of which you've collected over time. And then I believe the man said that you couldn't spend the money when you had it on new schools because of the COFTI rule, but you didn't take that money and set it aside knowing that the impact was coming, or you didn't use it to pay down debt. So now your debt service is more than you can handle, or more than it's getting to the point that you're trying to alleviate it. It just seems to me that a great deal needs to happen from oversight. And you say you're good stewards of the money, and that's great. But I don't believe that your books are open. I think they need to be. I think especially if they were to grant this, which I adamantly oppose that they do, that it has to come with an oversight committee. I think the sales tax needs to have an oversight committee. I would just like to see a lot more transparency in all of it, and be able to justify coming today when you've stated since 2003 or forever that you knew that this need was coming. And everybody, I believe, in the district was under the impression that you guys were operating within the budget, that you had this planned. And so you show up and you're like, my God, we need $40 million next week, and we're gonna need 80 in 3 years, and it just doesn't seem like, I think everybody's getting whacked with this. Anyway, that's my opinion. I hope you guys really put a lot of research into this before you approve whatever they're asking. Anyway.
I'd just like to address a couple of those things. I think you completely misunderstood a lot of the numbers and the facts and information that were given out. We do work within our budget. Actually, the audit report was given at our last board meeting on April 25th. We are audited every year. We are required to balance our budget every year. And so as far as knowing this is coming, yes, we have received half-cent sales tax dollars, but as was stated earlier, we haven't built a school on an individual school site, but we've built the equivalent of 4 schools by maximizing the capacity on the grounds that we have. The problem is, those grounds are maximized as indicated in the earlier picture. So there's no more room to add classrooms. We've maximized that and increased cafeterias so that the existing schools, but now we're to the point. And I have to give the superintendent, Mr. Harrell, the previous board credit. They started working on that Elkhart school before I was even on the board. And I'm in my 5th year. I'm in my 2nd term. So they were looking way ahead and planning and have been.
So we're looking ahead and planning, but if you're looking ahead and planning, you're putting money aside. You're tightening your belt. You're not spending every cent that you have and then borrowing some. I don't understand how that's operating within the budget.
We don't receive enough funds to pay cash for a school. There are school districts in Orange County and such that may, but that's unusual. Actually, if you study Florida school districts, they all borrow money to build schools.
No, and I get that. I understand that the need to borrow money. I'm just saying that, again, it was my understanding that the sales tax, the pretense of it was to build schools.
And
so you built 4 schools for $83 million and then borrowed an additional $30 million.
Well, it's used for additional thing other than simply building a school. It could be for adding onto a cafeteria. It could be for maintaining a roof, replacing a roof.
I understand what a budget is. And you have all these expenditures and you have to operate with the money that you have. And then if you spend outside of that, then you have to borrow, and that's where the debt comes. When you ask people for funds for a certain thing, then that's what the money's supposed to go for. And so you're doing it and there's no oversight whatsoever. And now you're asking for additional funds without oversight again.
There is oversight. I just stated, sir, that we have an audit every year.
You have an audit. An audit does not tell you that you're spending your money wisely. An audit says that you've legally spent it where you said you put it.
Well, our budget hearings will be this summer. You're more than welcome to come to our meetings. Thank you.
Hopefully I'll be here.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, just name and address for the record. Thank you.
Lonnie Hawkins, 4149 Alexander Avenue, Gulf Breeze, Florida. Miss Boston, we've missed you on the planning board, but there's at least one other member of the board that's here. I have the privilege of serving as chairman. Just want to jump back to last week's meeting. This is what I got from the school board. We were looking at rezoning 38.5 acres, 154 new single residents to be built. We denied it, but for other reasons. But the report that I got from the school board says we have capacity. We have no plans for increasing capacity. Where this development would have direct input, this developer would have paid over $750,000 in impact fees, and there's no plan for increased capacity where he would have direct input. This report also says that these 154 houses would add 44 students. That's $17,500 per student potential. If this development had been for retired couples with no impact on children, they'd still be paying the same $5,000 per house. Now let's jump totally outside the box to something that I know would never happen, but your grandchild will have a direct impact on the school capacity. What if we passed a law that says when you get your birth certificate, you get a bill for $17,500? Makes about as much sense to me. New bill that takes effect in less than 10 weeks, Senate Bill 144. Not sure if any of you have even read it yet. Senate Bill 144 prohibits local governments from requiring the payment of impact fees prior to issuing a property's building permit. I appreciate you suggesting it since it's going to be the law in 10 weeks. So that means the big out-of-town developer that comes in and puts in the project, he's not paying the $750,000. It's going to be the local builder that goes and pulls a building permit to build on the vacant land he just bought. That's going to pay the $5,000. It's going to be your grandson that's building on a parcel of land that you cut out on the family farm to build the house for his family. Going to pay $5,000. You collect property tax on raw, vacant dirt. For years, they're paying property taxes. And you ask, why are they paying taxes on land that has no impact on the schools? Well, because eventually it's going to be developed and it's going to have an impact. Well, maybe we don't need to have it both ways. Let's cancel ad valorem tax on vacant land, on agricultural land for education. It's never going to influence or impact the schools, so why are they paying into it? Because we all want to do our share. You take raw land that's got nothing on it, they're paying a few pennies. You put a $250,000 house on it, and suddenly they're going to pay forever an increased property tax on that land. There's your impact. You get it immediately. Other things that I find interesting in Senate Bill 144. Additionally, the bill requires any impact fee for ordinance earmarked impact fees funds for capital facilities that benefit new residents and prohibits the use of impact fees revenue for paying existing debt. We can't pay off those back bills. Other things you'll find interesting in the bill, and then I'll sit down because I've got another meeting to go to. This was the one I found the most interesting, if I can get back to it. Basically, the fee has to be set in an independent fund. You can't take it and jump it into your general revenue. If I could find the exact language.
Mr. Hawkins, if you want to look it up and
Yep, it's
come
there.
back.
Look at Senate Bill 144. It's an interesting read. It basically says that the money's got to be set aside in a separate account, can only be expended on where it's directly impacted, and minimal service charges for handling the money. So the agency that enforces the impact fees got to maintain it, got to account for it, and got to report where it goes, why it goes. We'd love to see you at the planning board meetings. Your letters are helpful, but sometimes they're confusing when it says we've got capacity and suddenly there's an emergency. We don't have capacity.
I think we've accurately explained the capacity issue to this board and to this, in this meeting. Again, if the Board of County Commissioners and the Planning and Zoning wants to give us more authority to actually deny rather than to just advise, if you'll fully read that letter, it talks specifically about in this school and in this work of that project. The accumulated effect, Mr. Hawkins, is pretty exponential. I hate to use that word.
Oh, I know that.
Taking a common approach to it. So I don't think you've characterized it appropriately or accurately. We have petitioned on multiple times to the Planning and Zoning. Sometimes they have listened and sometimes they have not. That a project would create an impact in a school or in a school zone that would not be able, we would be able to accommodate for. So But if we want real authority, let us deny it. Thank you.
Well, those we do look at, but this one says it would have no impact on this zone, and the impact fees are supposed to be collected on things they affect.
Not to argue with you, we play by their rules.
I understand.
Change the rules and we'll play by those. If you want to give us real authority to deny that and others that will create an impact on our schools, we're certainly open to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have anybody else that'd like to speak? Yes. Let's give your name and address for the record.
Blaine Flynn, 3684 Cotton Gin Lane, Milton, Florida. I was at a meeting that Sam Parker hosted, and it was in reference to a different set of impact fees. And I sat in the crowd as a citizen, and one of the folks in the crowd stated that all these big bad developers, none of them, they don't even live in Santa Rosa County. I stand before you today as not only a citizen, builder, developer, and also have 3 small children that go to public school in Santa Rosa County at Chumuckla. When I moved here, the vacant land that I purchased was about $500 a year in property tax. Right now, I'm not going to get into specifics, but I pay $5,000 per year in property tax. As a business, that's me personally, as a business, my company's built about 200 homes over the last 4 years. Taking those property taxes from $200 to $400 a year, just an average of $2,000 per, that's an annual of $400,000 per year that's being contributed to property tax annually. The folks earlier stated that this is how most of the citizens in the county feel. We don't know that because I haven't seen any flyers where the people have been able to come express their opinions. Luckily, I'm a business owner. I have the option to come here and not have to take off work, take leave, use a sick day to come express how I as a citizen feel. Now, according to you guys' report, you said that there's been pretty steady growth year to year, correct? Is that what the, we're not going to use substantial, just steady growth year to year. It kind of feels like with my managers, we use this statement that it's your job as a leader, which we're all leaders here, different capacities, to identify a situation before it becomes an emergency. You're supposed to see it coming down the road and earmark funds, set aside funds where the community, the board doesn't feel kind of blindsided by these impact fees. Again, I'm not understanding why there hasn't been, if we've anticipated growth year after year, we've gotten all these economic studies that the HBA has put on for the board, why nothing has been earmarked. Also, we keep going back to an audit. I deal with huge lines of credits with banks. We have to do audits. All an audit does is tell you that money's coming in, money's coming out. They don't sit there and itemize where each dollar went. We just have to show that we're in compliance, that if we're getting paid to build a house, we're building a house, not necessarily that I'm making the best financial decisions. So I'm wondering, why doesn't the school board have a citizens advisory committee? And I'll end with, until there's more transparency and there is some kind of citizens advisory committee, I am against the impact fees. So I don't have any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to have to excuse myself. I've got a previous engagement I have to get to with my family. I apologize. We had only had it slotted from 2 to 5. Vice Chairman Salter is going to take it over from here. That's what I was discussing, so I appreciate it. But I will be watching on the phone as I travel.
All right, very good. Good afternoon.
Name and address, please.
David Peden, on behalf of the Home Builders Association of West Florida. 4400 Bayou Boulevard, Suite 45 in Pensacola. It's been very interesting today hearing this, what's been going on. Superintendent, I believe the last time you and I had conversations was in 2016. We sent a letter to you that was signed by me and also Donna Tucker at the time. I got a phone call from Donna Tucker saying, why'd you send this letter? And we had a list of questions on it. Then we had 2 meetings after that. And after that, communication stopped. And then I hear y'all using data. I heard HBA 2017 data. We're just a phone call away. We've been very glad to meet with you folks, Joey or anybody, Mr. Bowles, going over the data we have with housing. Some of the numbers that are mentioned, sometimes permits pulled do not equal houses closed. And I think that's been confused a little bit as well. In the legislature, it sounds like we've got a legislature problem and not so much a growth problem. If you look at the numbers we have, our growth has remained consistent outside the recession. We're not hitting 2,500 homes a year. We're not hitting 2,000 homes a year. I believe last year might have been around 1,500. But I would encourage you or the school board members to have more of an advocacy with the people in our area to reach out to. There are people in town, in this community, who have relationships in Tallahassee, be it the governor, be it senators, be it whatever it may be. But those relationships is what you lean on to get the change you need sometimes in the legislature, and leaning on this board as well. I've heard, it seems like there's miscommunication between, you're saying, we've met with you folks 3 times. I'm hearing these folks say, we haven't heard impact fees, those other previous meetings. I don't know which ones, I didn't attend, I don't know what happened, but there's obviously a miscommunication. But I do think there's a need on both sides to find the best what to do in our community. The thing with transparency that you're hearing, audits that you're hearing, that's correct. You've got a clean audit. So does the United Way of Santa Rosa County. So there are audits that say you're doing things correctly or within the parameters. But if you're spending $455,000 on a tennis court at Pace High School, that raises a red flag to me why a tennis court would cost so much. If you're building press boxes at J, then build another one because they didn't like that one, it didn't work out, so they built another one. To me, that's wasteful dollars spent on sales tax dollars. And we haven't really delved into what you've spent it on. I haven't seen a detailed itemization of everything that's been spent since 2009, say, on what's been spent. And we're going to be looking into that. We've also engaged Lucy Gallo, who's an expert on impact fees, who goes through studies. She's done a cursory review. The issue we had with your impact fee, you posted it for 7 days and voted on it. With a document that technical, it takes time to go through it, and we're still going through it. But the data that we've seen so far that Mr. Bowles used is statewide data and not local data. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but the statewide data he used was not the local data. Also, you combine mobile homes and new family residential homes. Ms. Gallo's never seen that done in a study in the state of Florida. There are other things in that I'll be sending to you and the school board members to make you aware of it. But I think this is way too rushed to make any decision today. And I'd like to see this slow down a little bit and to delve into what other options you have. I don't think you have all the options available. I've seen the flyers back when Benny Russell was superintendent, the first flyers ever sent out, the first mailers and newspaper ads. Nowhere in that did I see, we will not raise your ad valorem taxes, your millage rate ever again. I think if you're capped out and your back's against the wall, but right now you still have space that you can go get more revenue, and you can look at where you're currently spending your sales tax dollars, and you can make sure that you have a citizens committee that oversees your sales tax dollars. There's some things that need to be done, and I think that would be appropriate at this time. I appreciate what you're trying to do. I think that the community as a whole, the home building community, there's a disconnect that I always see, that the county commission wants to create jobs. They want economic development. They give X company a tax break at the industrial park. The company comes in, they create new jobs, and they buy homes. And then it's the homeowners who get punished for buying a new home. Not the developer, not the home builder. It's the teacher that you're trying to recruit here from another state or from Florida State or FSU or UWF who has to pay that $5,000. The firefighter is the police officer. It's a regressive tax that it hurts the people who need the housing the most, not the rich people. So I appreciate your time today, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yes, sir. We need to kind of wrap it up. We're going to be midnight before long.
So I'm Alton Lister, 40 West 9 Mile Road, Pensacola, the president of the Home Builders Association, businessman here in Santa Rosa County. There's been a lot of information here today, and everybody's on overload. All the time we've already heard, and us trying to respond in a 3-minute period of time, I agree. This needs to be really looked at in a complete different form than what it is. I was at the board meeting when the school board presented this. Surprisingly, 7 days we were given notice, and in a quick wrap of looking at things, I at that meeting presented several things that were inaccurate in that presentation, including some of the things the report showed that the land and administration cost per square footage, which is not effective because the land is not a part of these projects, and the administrating building is not needed to be increased, so those factors are not accurate. The enrollment is showing double what has been for the previous 10 years for the next. Things are just inconsistency. Those things were not even noted in that meeting, but the meeting went forward with a vote to present this today without even looking at the depth of this. I can tell you from our experience, we hear about school teachers who say they want it. Personally, I have ran into a teacher who we were talking about building a home for, and when they found out there may be $5,000 added, the first response was, does that mean I'm getting a raise? And I had to look at that person and say, no, this $5,000 has nothing to do with you getting a raise. It has to do with something totally different. And of course, the opposition is there immediately because, you know, who wants to pay $5,000 extra for whenever you're trying to get into a home? We talked about this $85 million from the half-cent sales tax. It's already been mentioned, I'm not going to beat this to a dead horse, but there is no Citizens Watch group over this like there is in Escambia County. It's been asked for. It hasn't had taken place. Those things would clarify where we wouldn't have to ask today, where's this money being spent, because it would already be put out if it had been went through in a previous manner, but now here we are with this now. And the school board is fixing to close on another loan, I guess, really very soon, and there's a lot of things we can look at and ask ourselves, what is the things that we can actually look at to save instead of trying to cram, it feels like, a $5,000 impact fee down the pipe here. And some of the things are just what can be done with the existing things. We're getting this financing. So what has been done in financing in the past? What's the fees that's been paid over the last few years for obtaining some of this financing? Perhaps some of that can be looked at because it appears that maybe some of this thing has been spent more than what should have been. The big question is, not how can we get more money, but we got to make sure what currently has been spent in the proper manner. That's not saying, again, that the audit is not saying that there's been anything dishonest per se, as much as where was it spent based on where it was originally thought to have been spent and promoted to have been spent, such as the new school thing. And of course, Mr. Tim mentioned about the Escambia County and the differences. We actually discussed this portion ourselves one time, that there's a difference in there. But he mentioned here, Escambia County, and this is page 34 of his presentation, Escambia County has not been able to sell school buildings. They have been able to, and we have not. What needs to be said is that money that was sold on those school buildings had to go to the general fund and could not be used for any new construction. So it's really not fair to throw that in there as though they use that in that realm. That's not even equitable. He also mentioned here that they're able to build the cost of 2 schools to 1 with the money that they raised. Okay, so you can check real quick to see how many schools they've built in the last few years. How many have we built is 0. Now, it's been said that it's been equivalent of 4 schools being built. 4 schools at 50 classrooms per school would be approximately 200 classrooms. Don't have to get into this. I can tell you there's not been 200 classrooms been built, about 80 something from what the public record says, many of those portable buildings, et cetera. I don't mean to be harsh as much as I'm trying to say there's a lot of things here that just don't come together. And for us to say some kind of impact fee when it's just hadn't been, it's just too much too quick.
I feel like I'm going too fast, too quick. In the same vein, it's just a whirlwind of stuff that's been thrown here that has caught a lot of people off guard. So there's a whole lot of things that's been mentioned about the studies of what's already been spent, the schools, the things here. $366 million is a large budget. 105 increased over the last 5 years, which is over $21 million a year increase. State increased over $41 million of money towards the school board in the last 5 years. So even without the PECOs, and even if we go with the CIT adding 1% there, there's still got to be looking at this $366 million and saying, how come at page 35, it says here 20% of the revenue is available for new schools, 20% of $366 million is $72 million. It's just not coming together. I want to say one thing real quick and then I close. To say that the commissioners or the builders here do not care if this is not passed would be a very strong mischaracterization of these men and the people that I represent as a builder. These people do care. And just because this is not an avenue chosen does not mean that you don't care. That means that we're looking for other avenues. I would tell you that our position to this day does not mean we do not care. And I would look at every board member and tell you that we do care. Here's what's important to know. Of all the education projects we have supported over the past years, of the over 100 acres that's available right now for the school to build upon, over 100 of those acres were donated by builders and developers. Don't think we don't care. To think that we have put all of this revenue and the increases that we bring to the ad valorem that's already been mentioned, just one house that I'm working on right now will bring $5,000 increase to the revenue of ad valorem. That's not just 1 year, one-time impact fee. That is a continual year after year, and it's going to go up as the prices go up, et cetera, as the appraisal values go up. So I want to just encourage you guys to stand strong in the middle of this whirlwind of activity that's going. There is a road out. The road is not through the impact fees. We do care. We'll do what we can to help make this happen in the right way, but there's got to be a right way without what we're doing here today. Thank you so much for your time.
It is 5 minutes to 6. We're going to try to wrap this up at 6 o'clock. Edwin, you're going to be the last speaker. Name and address like we don't know.
Edwin Henry, Henry Company Homes, Pace, Florida. I understand it's late. I had to tell Mr. and Mrs. Francisco yesterday they could not afford their home because of $1,500 debt they could not get relieved from. So this is important, and I'm sorry to take up your time, but it's been my life's long work and my pleasure to build houses for people that can't afford them. And I do everything. I have a lady in my office dedicated that does nothing but try to get people qualified on a mortgage. I deal with first-time buyers. So, and I apologize for taking your time, but this is important. This has been the only meeting where you guys have allowed the public to speak. Yes, sir, I was at the 2016 meeting with this joint board, and the public was not allowed to speak. So you can say we've had public workshops, but the public wasn't allowed to speak. This is the first one. And if I'm wrong, I'll stand and be corrected. I think I heard earlier that you and Mr. Lyncher was having a conversation and you agreed that growth isn't the problem, that we're not growing as fast as what has been said, that the growth isn't a problem. Am I correct? Is that correct? Did I mishear that?
You haven't repeated all the conversation, no.
Well, I wasn't there, so I'm not going to repeat the conversation. Let me just...
Mr. The context was growth is, in terms of my perception of the school board and the issue they were facing, growth is not the problem. The problem is the statutory framework that the state has imposed.
That's the way I understood it. I'm sorry.
That's the full sentence, and I think it's important that we make sure we say it all.
Well, and I understand that. If I can, Mr. Chairman, really quick, pass out some information about growth. I think I'll illustrate the point. In the statement, the points, the first 5 points made in the impact fee study, it has been stated that growth is exponential. This exponential growth, and I've heard it numerous times today, and I understand why you think that, but it's not. That is just not an accurate statement. This is data that come from the Metro Market Trends, very well-known real estate survey consulting firm. They do these reports every month on public records. You can see in 1991, the number of new homes was 909, and 92, 1,287, and 93, 1,334, and 94, 1,598, more than last year of 1,551, and 95, 1,239, 96, 1,357. You can go through each one of these years and see the peak year was 2004, 2,391 homes. Dropped 14% the next year to 2,049. Next year it dropped by 1,000 homes to 1,546 about this year. That was 2006. In 2009 it dropped down to 630. Now these are homes closed. I think you guys are using data that shows permitted, and so it will be a little difference. I used homes closed because that's where you can have kids living in them, and you have some fluctuation from permits pulled and permits and houses closed, but it's pretty close. You can see 2012, not that long ago, 717 homes. If you look at the average of all these homes last year, 1,555. If you look down at the bottom, the 10-year average for 2008 to 2018, the average number of new homes, if you do a 10-year average, is 1,047 homes over the last 10 years. If you do a 28-year long-term average, it's 1,271 homes. Less than many of these years that are listed up here. So I just want to, maybe we can reach an agreement, and that'll be something that's gotten accomplished today, that the growth is not exponential. I mean, Mr. Rosdick, can you agree that we don't have exponential outrunning away growth? It's been about the same over the last 28 years.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. If you'll refer back to my first bullet, I want to make sure that I reiterate that correctly, all right?
Yes, sir.
I said very clearly that the need for impact fees is driven by exponential home expansion that is growing, no doubt, and restricted revenue.
Yes, yes.
I think we're missing a big point here, and it's one that is both a commonality between the school board and the Board of County Commissioners, is that our revenue, as it is restricted, and we aren't able to spend those dollars, nor do we receive the number of dollars that we have in the past for new school construction. I think we have to make sure that we do both of those at the same time, right?
I understand. And I'll be the first one to say, if you prove to me that you've got to have the money, I'll be in line to support you. I've supported the school board with many acres of land over the years. But I've got to feel like I've been proven that you have used your money wisely. And there's been a lot of questions here today that if you have, is not evident. And we need to make it evident.
I would vehemently disagree with you that we haven't spent our money wisely and in accordance with what was dictated by all reference funds.
I understand. And let me just point out a couple things and so I can move on. This steady growth is not exponential, but it is accumulating. It started in 91. As far as we go back, we can see, if you look down there at the bottom, the total number of new homes built during this 28-year average, the bottom right-hand corner in the center, is 35,000 homes. That accumulated over a 28-year period. Now, I know because I built a lot of those, and I built homes for 10 years before 91. So I know this number is accurate because it is based on public records. But anyway, in 91, all through all these years, you've had 28 years to recognize that this accumulation of homes and families was occurring. You've had this period of time, a long period of time, to recognize it was occurring. And to the school board's credit, they did something about it. They adopted a half-cent sales tax. In 1996, promised it was going to be built for schools. and you guys built 7 schools. From 2007 to now, you stated approximately 4 equivalent schools, but that's 80 classrooms you built. 4 schools would be 200 classrooms. So I think there's some difference there, and that's when I say we want to look at how those local option sales tax dollars were spent, because in 2007, again, I have the ad here, you stated you were going to use it not primarily for construction, but some for construction. It wasn't used for the new schools. It was used to build 80 classrooms, and some of those were portables. Per the FDOE records, it's in the state of Florida you turn in. I have an article in the newspaper I'll read real quick, just a small sentence out of it. It says, schools are at 97% capacity now, with 15 schools over 100% capacity. Sounds like a problem today, don't it? The problem is the article is Navarre Press in October 2003. And Mr. Ratcliffe is the one quoted. Ratcliffe explained that the schools are at 97% capacity now, with 15 schools over 100% capacity. 2003. I know you weren't there in 2003, so I'm talking about the school board and the district in general. You know, you had a problem then. If you couldn't spend the money, if the state wasn't going to let you spend the money to build schools, and I understand there's a legislative problem, and I've tried to fix it. I've been to Tallahassee several times and twisted Doug Broxton's arm. Every time he asked me for money, he said, I ain't giving you no money if you don't help the school system. And finally he did. He did it last year. It wasn't enough. He told me it wasn't enough. I went back to him and said, Doug, you got to do more. And hopefully this bill does it. Hopefully this bill does it. But why haven't we set aside some of that money? We knew it was a problem in 2003. Why don't we just set aside $1 million a year out of the local option sales tax for those 17 years? At least have put it in a rainy day fund. Why couldn't we have done that? I just don't understand, and that's what causes me to be here today to ask these questions. I know if I got a problem coming up, I pay my house off by setting aside $1,000 a month for many months and paid extra. I didn't wait till the mortgage come due. The budget, getting to the budget numbers real quick. You posted a budget on the internet that states there's $366 million budget for 2018. I think, and I looked hard back through the previous history, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's the largest budget ever in the history of the school board. Am I correct? In terms of revenue, you don't know? Okay, that's fine. It's a lot to ask for up front. In 2013, the budget was $261 million. So it increased $105 million over those 5 years from 2013 to 2018. That's $21 million a year. The budget has increased. $21 million. Do you guys get $21 million a year in your increase of your budget? At the rate it's going, in another 5 years, the school board's budget, if it keeps increasing at this rate, will be $500 million. 500 million, $500 million. I'm here because I want to know if I'm going to ask my customers to pay more, that you guys have done everything you can do to build schools with the money that you have. And when I see history budgets, I see history records of ad valorem assessments. If you look down here at the bottom of this handout I gave under the value, 1991, the assessment of the value of those homes was $66 million for 1 year. Last year in 2018, for 1 year, it was $413 million. This is going to go up by approximately another $70 million. That's a $500 million, again, in ad valorem. Got a $500 million budget. 2018 You're getting $500 million in assessments, $500 million assessments in 2019's revenue, no about bet. The home production, the study that Edsel Charles done a few weeks ago showed that actually housing production is going to go down because of a recession we got coming up next year. Through probably about 2020, 2023, it'll start coming back up. It's going to drop to a low of about 1,300. So I think some of the projections you guys are using are not taking into account these recessions, especially the one that's coming up next year. And trust me, it's coming. So if we're getting this much money, the largest budget ever, the biggest increase in home values, that's a 9% increase in home values. From year over year, it's a 9% increase from 1991 to 2019. Your budget's going up by 20%. I'm sorry, by 10%, about approximately a little less than 10% a year at $20 million a year, from $261 in 2013 to $366 million in 2018. So the percentages you got going up is way higher than of your revenues is way higher than your higher than it's ever been in the history is what I'm saying. It's higher than it's ever been in its history, and still you don't have enough money. And like I say, if you need it, I'll be the first one to support it. But I am not convinced. And it's got to be a lot more show and tell before I'll be convinced. And I hope you're willing to do that. Any questions? I know I'm over time.
Thank you, Edwin.
Chairman Salter, before we close.
Commissioner Cole.
Thank you. I'd like input from the rest of the board of commissioners. I feel like for the county administrator to have to place this on an agenda to request for the school board would be unfair to him. That I'm going to suggest, I don't know, Roy, can I make a motion at this meeting? I know this is a discussion meeting, but this is an advertised meeting also.
The ground rules were no action to be taken tonight.
Okay. I'm just going to throw a suggestion out there, and we can address it at another meeting, that this request from the school board for an impact fee proposal be first addressed for placement by the Board of County Commissioners and only moved to an agenda with a supermajority vote. And we could take that up later. It's not a motion, it's just, I pass that on to the rest of the board.
Roy.
It's a suggestion. You're not taking action? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
That's just a suggestion. Like you said, there'll be no action taken at this meeting tonight.
Correct.
Everything's just information. We appreciate what Commissioner Cole said. I think personally, we've all heard enough concerns about where we are, where we're going, that we need to take an extended period of time to make sure we're looking at this. And Tim, I would encourage you and your school board to go back and sit down and have additional conversation and see if you still want to bring it to us in June. Any final comments? Mr. Rosti.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. School Board of Santa Rosa County passed in regular session a motion and approved the motion and recommendation to bring to the Board of County Commissioners a resolution interlocal agreement requesting impact fees. That resolution as well asked that it be agendaed at the first meeting post this joint meeting. That's what was passed in session. I can't rescind that recommendation and motion or the request for the interlocal agreement and ordinance to be addressed in the first meeting post this. We have a month. We'll be glad to provide you with information that you need to reconcile your decisions, either collectively or individually. I feel like we have had good discussion today.
Okay.
I think that, I'm not finished, I think very clearly, as I started out my discussion today, individuals and entities in the room have a vested interest in this passing and this failing for whatever measures. Their interest, of course, they try to address from a personal and professional perspective. You as a board have had a governmental body look very clearly at you and request help. We have done due diligence to do the study in accordance with what is legally defined. Our role is to impose the impact fee, as I understand it, through legal counsel. Yours is to either collect it or not collect it. We can have that discussion through board attorneys if need be. Our emphasis today is that I agreed to a joint session to give you an opportunity to both share a little bit about your growth and to advance the notion of discussion about the impact fee. We've done that. We've done that. I will share with you that we have done due diligence as is prescribed. What you do with it, I sense rest in your hands on the 24th of June. Thank you.
So noted. And here again, your governing board body, you passed your resolution, you'll bring it to our board. We'll have a little time to discuss it. We'll make that decision then on June the 24th. So we will now close the public forum and acknowledging the superintendent's remarks. Ms. Boston, do you have anything to say? Okay. We will now adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for coming.